Exactly. No. What would be
Stay? Okay. Yep, perfect. Let me just see if Notch is, not in yet. Okay. It's so lonely. Sorry, I can't hear you. Put on the headset. Yeah.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
No idea, and I don't see Nadia in the room yet. No. I can fake this as long as I can. Let's see.
Testing. Testing. Very good.
doing yours too?
Yeah. I take them out when I talk, just because it's weird, but. Has she been promoted?
View at events.
Yep, all right. Nadia's promoted. Nadia, you want to do a quick mic check just to see if it's working? What channel is this room? 3.
I hear you.
All right, Nadia, can you try that again? We're not hearing Nadia. Nadia, you want to try it one more time for our tech team? Try it again. This is the gremlins on day 0. We see you talking, but we can't hear you. Hopefully, I see the tech guys in the back of the room scrambling to try and make it work. So, it sounds like the online participants can hear Nadia, but in the room we can't. Is that correct?
So we talk with the supervision, and he can hear Nadia now.
Right.
Can you hear her?
No.
No.
And you're on 3 both?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Thankfully. Nadia, try it again. I think I can hear you typing.
Oh, great.
Oh,
Good
there
morning.
we go. Yes, I was correct.
Hi,
All right.
everybody.
We're good. Are the folks in the back of the room ready? All right, I got the all clear. So thanks, everybody. Good morning. Thank you for your patience as we kick off the IGF 2020. It's always a challenge with day 0, 9 a.m. For everybody to find the room, find their way around the venue, get through security, and as you see, get rid of some of the tech gremlins that we have sometimes. My name's Jim Prendergast. I'm with the Galway Strategy Group. I'm going to sort of moderate this session for you. Officially it's titled How to Develop Trustworthy Products and Policies. But the folks at Google sort of have an internal nickname for it. It's called Project Manager for a Day. So what we essentially want to do is give you an overview of what it's like to be a product manager at Google. How do you balance all the different challenges when it comes to launching a product into the marketplace? All the different factors that these folks have to take into consideration before you actually see a product, and some of the different feedback cycles that it goes through, and some of the challenges that, frankly, you face on a day-to-day basis. What I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce our 2 speakers. We have 1 speaker here in person and then 1 speaker online. And then they're going to give a quick overview of some case studies to sort of show you what they deal with on a regular basis. And, they'll discuss some of the different considerations that do go into the product development. And then next what we'll do is we're going to do essentially 2 breakout groups. One will be the in-person participation, folks here in the room. Will's going to work with you through some tabletop exercises for about 20, 25 minutes. And then Nadia's going to, fingers crossed, work with the online participants to accomplish the same. From a technical standpoint, I think the easiest way to not hear the people talking to each other online is for all of us to take our headsets off. That seems to be the shortest way to solve that tech issue with the online and the offline participants and ensuring remote participation, which of course is an important aspect of the IGF. So let me get going here and do some introductions. First, we have Will Carter. Will's an AI policy expert with extensive experience shaping government policies and regulations on AI, working with product teams to develop and deploy AI responsibly in real-world applications. Currently works on leading AI policy in the knowledge and information team at Google, where he leads engagement on AI policy and regulatory standards with senior policymakers around the world. He's advised senior leadership and C-suite executives on AI policy strategy and implementation, and developed and implemented AI policies and governance across the company. Prior to joining Google, he was with the Center for Strategic and International Studies, where he focused his research on international technology policy issues, including emerging technologies and artificial intelligence. So if you got a question about AI, this is your guy. Joining us remotely is Nadia Blagojevich. She's based in London. She is a knowledge and information trust manager at Google with over 15 years of experience in the tech industry. She's an expert in online safety and digital literacy, and she's held various leadership positions at Google, including leading work across Europe on family safety and content responsibility. So with that, what I'm going to do is throw it over to Nadia to kick us off with the case studies to help set the stage for us. Nadia?
Great. Thanks very much, Jim. And thank you very much, everyone, for being with us here this morning. So without further ado, we will jump right in. I'm very excited to be talking with you all about what product managers do at a company like Google. And as with most jobs, there's no one right way to do it. If you ask 100 people, you'll probably get 100 different answers. But there are some common elements that we will talk about today. So you can think of a product manager as the person who's responsible for figuring out, at its core, what the problem is that needs to be solved. Sometimes it's very easy to identify what a problem is. For example, once word processors were built, it was fairly obvious that a spell checker would be an improvement. But some things can be less obvious. For example, with Google Street View, when we first launched, it wasn't clear to the degree to which seeing a location before a drive or a trip or contemplating a move could be. This feature was a less obvious addition to an online map, and it solved a problem that most people didn't even realize that they had. So the PM focuses on identifying that problem and then building out a vision, a strategy, and a roadmap. The vision should really be informed by the problem that you're trying to solve. It should be a stable, long-term, high-level overview of what that problem is and really how you're going to tackle it. The strategy helps you navigate and leverage the technology and the ecosystem factors that will be playing out over the lifetime of your product. Your strategy should be relatively stable. And your roadmap is really thinking about how you sequence what you're going to do to build your specific feature and move towards your vision. Your roadmap usually changes pretty frequently. In consumer tech, if you build a roadmap and it's accurate for a year, you're very lucky. PMs partner really closely to coordinate teams and deliver the right features, right data, users, sales, marketing at all the right times in the product development lifecycle. We really try to make sure that we are also the ultimate champions of our products, both inside the company and externally. The goal is really to make sure that we're building something of value so that our broader teams and stakeholders can evangelize what we build as well. As product managers, we work really closely with our colleagues in user experience, which is sometimes abbreviated as UX, to iteratively design and validate what we're building at progressively higher levels of fidelity. It's very expensive to change something that's fully developed, but it's very inexpensive to put a wireframe or a rough sketch of a product in front of someone that we want to use the product and ask questions like, would you use this? What will you use it for? What doesn't make sense? What's missing? It can be really amazing, but these small changes in language and wording and also, insights can lead to huge impacts in adoption. And lastly, but certainly not least, are our engineer counterparts. Engineers build and maintain products. They make them work reliably and quickly for users. And both UX and Eng are included when we do our road mapping and strategy setting. We build better plans and roadmaps when we have all three functions working together from the get-go to sort of build out that roadmap and set the strategy and vision. As Jim mentioned, we'll go through a couple of quick case studies to give you a sense of how we approach product development, walking through a couple of features that we've developed here at Google. Talking now about AI overviews.
Nadia, could I just interrupt real quick? To the guys in the back, can we display the slides in the Zoom and on the screen? Is that possible? There we go. Okay.
Great. Thanks very much. And if we could just advance to the next slide, please. We'll just go right into our AI overviews case study. Great. So building on our years of innovation and leadership in search, AI overviews are part of Google's approach to provide helpful responses to queries from people around the world. They use generative AI to provide key information about a topic or a question. And they were really designed to show up on queries where they can add additional benefit beyond what people might already be getting from search, where we have high confidence in the overall quality of the responses. So for example, if you look on the query to the right of the screen, you can see that AI overviews let you ask more complex questions. This query is asking for help on how to stand out on a first-time apartment application. And you can see you get a really nuanced answer. You get corroborating links here and additional resources to dive in and learn more. You get that kind of information and extra help in a very digestible way. You can see here the user experience elements and the design with the bullet points, for example, or the placement of the links in this response. And on the next slide, talking a little bit about that sort of bar of high quality. For AI overviews, we've designed it to only show information that's supported by high quality results from across the web, meaning that generally AI overviews don't hallucinate in the ways that other LLM experiences might. We think this is important kind of across the board, but also especially important for queries that might be particularly sensitive for a given reason. And for these kinds of queries, whether they're about something maybe health related or finance related, or seeking certain types of advice, we have an even higher quality bar for showing information from reliable sources. We also have built into the product that for these queries, AI overviews will inform people when it's important to seek out expert advice or to verify the information that's being presented. And then finally here, we also have a set of links and a display panel here on the right-hand side with more additional resources for relevant web pages right within the text of the AI overviews. And we've seen really positive results showing these links to supporting pages directly within AI overviews is driving higher traffic to publisher sites. And because of AI overviews, we're seeing that people are asking longer questions, diving more deeply into complex subjects, and uncovering new perspectives, which means more opportunities for people to discover content from publishers, from businesses, and from creators. I'll hand over now to Will to talk about this image.
Thanks, Nadia. And thank you all for coming today. I'm going to talk a little bit about another feature that we launched in 2023 called About This Image. Google Search has built-in tools that really are designed to help users find high-quality information, but also to make sense of the information that they're interacting with online. And About This Image and SynthID are designed to help users understand the context and the credibility of images they're interacting with online, including understanding if those tools have been generated, or if those images have been generated by Google's AI tools. So with Google image search results, you can click on the three dots above the image, and that'll show you the image's history, which includes when it was first seen by Google search, whether it's been on other pages in the past. That can be really helpful. For example, if an image is taken out of context, maybe it's been reused in what appears to be a story about current events in a way that's misleading. It also shows how other sites use and describe the image. So you might be seeing it in the context of a news story described as related to a current event. It might actually be described differently on other sites that accurately describe the original context and origin of the image. And it allows you to really understand the evidence and perspectives across a variety of sources related to the image. And finally, it allows you to see the image's metadata. So increasingly, publishers, content creators, and others are adding metadata, tags that provide additional information and context about an image that can provide a variety of information, including whether or not it's been generated, enhanced, or manipulated by AI, which is increasingly important to understand as powerful image generation and image alteration engines are widely available. So one of the key ways that we do this is using a tool called SynthID, which is a tool for watermarking and identifying AI-generated content. Basically, what this does is it embeds a digital watermark directly into the pixels of an image generated by Google's AI image generation tools. That's important because even when the image has been altered, for example, by cropping it or screenshotting it, or resizing or recoloring or flipping the image, those watermarks can still be detected, making it more robust to adversarial behavior. And all images made with Google's consumer AI tools are marked with SynthID, and that means that if you encounter an image through Google search that is generated by a Google AI tool, you will be able to see that in About This Image. So this last GIF here shows how we've recently integrated About This Image into one of our other products, Circle to Search. So Circle to Search allows you to select something on the screen and access additional information about it. In this case, you can circle an image and get About This Image information to get context about images that you interact with online, which can be a really powerful way, again, to really understand that context and make sure that that the image that you're interacting with is being used in the way that was intended, with appropriate context and accurately. So I'll pass back to Jim for our activity.
Yeah, sure. So thanks, Will. So, sort of just give you a high level of all the different things that product managers have to consider working with their teams, the privacy rights, the, some of the metadata you talked about with the image. So what we're going to do now, I realize it's early, hopefully you've all had your coffee and are ready to be a little interactive, is we're going to break out into 2, maybe 3 breakout groups. I'd figure 2 in the physical room and 1 in the online room, just based upon how many folks we have. And what we're going to do is we're going to ask you to think a little bit for about 15 minutes or so, come up with some ideas. There'll be some instructions on the next slide that Will's going to walk you through, and then what we'll do is we'll come back and share some ideas and thoughts for the final 15 minutes or so. So, Will, why don't you show them what they're working with?
All right. So basically, we're going to have you break out into groups and nominate 1 PM. That's going to be the person who's kind of leading and presenting on behalf of your group. You pick an area of focus, and we have a couple of options for you, but you're welcome to pick something else if you prefer. But info quality, news, and privacy are some of the areas that we are actively working on every day. So the idea is come up with an idea. Come up with a feature that you think we could add to Google search to address one of these issues, or make up your own product. Then you'll pitch your ideas to your VPs, that's us, and argue for resources based on what you need in order to make this real, what you think the return on investment that you could generate from this product. And that doesn't necessarily just mean how do you make money from it, but also how do you add value for the user, address a specific problem that our users are encountering in the way that they engage with our products. And don't forget about the various things that you're going to need to make this a reality. So that's that UXR and Eng support that Nadia was talking about earlier. But also, what is your go-to-market strategy? What are your success metrics? What is a realistic timeline or roadmap? You'll have about 15 or 20 minutes to do this activity, and Nadia and I will be engaging with your groups to help you work through this exercise. So good luck, and maybe, what do you think? We can, yep. Okay, maybe we can divide right about here. So in the red, right there, you to this side, everyone else to that side. We can have our two groups in the room.
All right, and Will's going to come down and prime the creative engine for everybody, and then Nadia's got the online folks as well. So we'll come back in 15 minutes and share experiences. And I know there was a question that we had in the chat room, and we'll answer that when we come back from the breakout as well. Thanks.
Great. And so for everyone online, could you please try coming off mute and saying good morning?
Hello and good morning, everyone.
Hello.
Basically, we are in Norway right now, but we arrived early in the morning. We could attend the session. So we
I see.
attend hybrid right now, and then we'll attend afternoon sessions in person. We're from Kuwait. We're from the Communication and Information Technology Regulatory Authority, etc. My name is Hassan Al-Mahmid, and I'm in charge of the CCTLD.KW.
Wonderful. It's wonderful to have you with us. Are others able to come off of mute?
Hi, Nadia. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi. This is Nidhi, and I'm joining in from India. So, hello. I am an academician, and I'm doing my PhD, and somewhere lies between tech and public policy and various areas of ethics. So, I'm very happy to be here. Good to see you.
Wonderful. Great to see you as well. All right, wonderful. It's good to know that everyone's able to come off mute. At this point, I'd like to ask everyone to please unmute yourself because for the next few minutes, we'll be having a group discussion, which I will not be leading. That will fall to you all. So as Will and Jim mentioned, for this next session in the breakout, you will be brainstorming an idea as product managers. And it can be related to Google Search, it can be related to another Google product, or just any technology idea that you think solves a problem. Can everyone please come off mute?
Yeah, please just confirm if you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Akhdar. I'm from India. So I'm working as an internet governance intern at National Internet Exchange of India. So I work somewhere in between tech and policy.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
And I'll pose the question to the group. When you think about a product that you would like to build or a problem that you would like to solve, what springs to mind? And this is open to the entire group, please.
Well, I do really have a lot of real case scenarios and like some projects undergoing right now. We can get, I can share some information with you, and maybe if you guys are interested to help us develop the appropriate policies or get insights from you for the upcoming products in the .kw domain space. If you're interested, I can pitch the idea for you guys and move with it. Or otherwise, I'm really open to work with the other team members on other ideas. At the end, it's all going to benefit us all on the way of how we're going to think of building the policies and what aspects we need to consider when making a strong and cohesive policies.
Great. Other thoughts from the group?
I think if I heard Hassan correctly, that he has an idea and probably like to share that with us, and we can sort of pitch that together. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. I do have like some ideas from our day job. We I can share with you. For example, since we are in charge of the .kw domain space, we are thinking of implementing AI tools to help us make the registration process for domain names in Kuwait a faster and easy process. With the benefit of AI, we can like process these domain requests almost immediately without wait for someone to look up at the documents and make all the choices. So just I'll give you a brief of how the domain space works in Kuwait. We do have two zones to register. We have, for example, if you would like to register name.com.kw, since we have the extension .com.kw, it represents a commercial entity in Kuwait. So there are some set of requirements for that entity to register, such as having a valid trade license in Kuwait. They have to have a representative in Kuwait. Someone either is going to be a Kuwaiti citizen or someone with a work permit in Kuwait. So these kind of documentations are being like right now manually uploaded throughout the portal, and then it has to be checked by a person to validate all the information and making sure that the domain registration request is valid. But we are thinking of implementing right now AI tools and some sort of integration between the government entities so to make the process seamless, and we can have like the domain up and running within minutes instead of like for example 48 hours right now.
Great. And when you think about building out this AI tool, what kind of resources do you think you would need to be able to develop it? And this is
Sure.
a sort of a question for the group.
I can give them a hint,
Yeah.
basically. uh, the process is gonna be similar somehow. Like the client who would like to register a domain name, they will need at the moment to upload their trade license. Okay. Once this is uploaded, we can use some image recognition tool to validate the document and make sure it's not a fraudulent document. One of the regulations and the policies we have in Kuwait that the domain name is being registered for the commercial entity, it has to be matching the name of the entity in the commercial trade license. So we can, with that image recognition tool or text recognition tool, it can match the requested domain name, for example, with the name in the trade license. And if it finds a conflict, it shouldn't reject the request. It should like pop up some sort of suggestions for the client to pick names from. That's one example.
Mhm. And what kinds of sort of internal partnerships? Which departments do you think, whether that's UXR or engineering, would you need to work with legal departments? Who would you need to work with to be able to have the tool be able to do what you've just described?
Mhm. Well, we enjoy at our department that it's a one-man show. So basically, we do set the policies and we do have control of the technical aspects of
Hmm.
the whole registration process. But we do seek some help from the legal department, that's for sure, because we have to set some sort of like guideline when uploading these documents, and we need to check with the legal department what kind of document we should accept and how to handle these informations and sensitive information. Whether it's going to be confidential data, it can be shared, what kind of level of confidentiality with these documents being uploaded, how to be handled, and whether we can share them with the third parties or not.
Hmm. Yes, great. I mean, data privacy and data security seem like they'd be very essential for the product development process. When you think about sort of timeline, do you have an estimated time frame for how long something like this might take to develop?
Usually, these sort of tools are, what the beauty of it, there are a lot of out-of-shelf solution ready to be picked up and integrated. So we are expecting around 6 months, to be honest. This is the time frame to have it done in technical aspect. But since we are working with governmental entities here, and maybe we need some governmental integration. You know how the government sometimes the time might extend to more than 6 months. 6 months is
Yes.
more optimistic.
I like that very much.
Yeah,
Well, you know
so
that we
my
always
opinion
we always encourage optimism, even though if the entire repetition of government work that takes a lot of time, we always push for more efficiency and faster time, even though.
All right. I think this is great. I think maybe we have a hand raised.
Yeah, so I had an opinion on that.
Sure, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, so basically what Hassan is saying is there needs, if what I'm understanding is right, he's saying there needs to be a capacity building, like making the public servants familiar with this and integrating this AI into their framework. Right? Is that right? What I'm understanding?
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
You'll have to train the public servants on how to use these tools. Basically there needs to be a capacity building.
Yeah, there has to be some sort of training on how to use these tools and how. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Yeah.
Hey, everybody.
Does
this
anyone
is
on the
Jim in
call
the room. I
have
just want to give you.
ideas about what we should ask our vice presidents for in terms of resources to develop this kind of capacity building?
We should tell them to be patient.
I agree with that.
Because yeah, the process takes time and you'll have to be patient. And Hassan, if you are looking into some global case studies, then you can look into Argentina. They also have some similar program to this.
Thank you for the insight. We have a couple of success stories in the region, mostly in the United Arab Emirates. They do have implemented some AI tools, and I believe also Qatar, also they have that sort of tools. We are in talks with them at the moment to benefit from their experience. Since we are like in the GCC countries in the Middle East, the Gulf countries, we almost share the same policies, and we have also the same structure for domain names. So it's much easier like to get experience from these countries, whoever advance more, and they're being very helpful. But definitely, we're gonna look into Argentina, and we have also looked into Australian. Australia also they had a really great roadmap for domain name, very beneficial also.
I think we'll be rejoining the group in about 2 minutes. And so when we go back into the main group, Hassan, would you like to present as the product manager? The
Yeah,
idea of this group?
definitely. But I would love to hear.
Hassan is our representative.
Yes. Great. Any final thoughts from anyone else on the call, or questions or points that we think should be
2-minute
made
warning for those in the
as
room.
Hassan
2
pitches
minutes.
this idea?
Mm, there should be. You should communicate what you're doing to the public, because since it's a public sector, you'll have to communicate with them even the failures as well. So to build trust.
Great. Akhtar, do you have suggestions of how to do that?
No, as you're doing, you can just give out small press briefings and something like that on your even on your websites.
Yeah, definitely. We do usually have some press releases and briefs sometimes whenever we enable new features in .kw namespace. For example, last year in September when we released the roadmap for registering second level domain name, that's mean your name .kw direct without .com or .org or anything. It's just going to be your name and .kw. We have released the roadmap on how you're going to register these domain names and what are the bases it's going to be released on. So basically, yeah, we do regular press releases whenever we have new features. And this is one of the best ways to communicate with the public, yeah. Aside from social media.
Yeah, because they are the ultimate users, so you'll also need their interaction and their feedbacks. So if there's no interaction, you'll not get proper feedback, and you might lag behind.
Yeah, and yeah, one thing that came to my mind, we are in the process of releasing a dispute resolution policy for domain names in Kuwait, and it's the national dispute resolution policy. When we released that policy, we seek public consultation. We have released the draft on the websites, and we gave participants around 60 days to participate and give their idea on what are the policies and what has to be changed or improved. And we have received really good feedback from the public.
Yeah, that's really nice to hear. Yeah, and 60 days is a good time frame.
Yes, and
For
this
them
is
to go through all
this
those
is the approach we're doing in Sitra Kuwait. Sitra Kuwait basically is the TRA, Regulatory Authority for Information and Communication. So right now, whenever we release a new policy, we push it to the public consultation to get feedback, and then we analyze, get the feedbacks, and
Hey, Will.
improve, and then we release the final version.
Right. Good to hear.
Great. So it sounds like we will be rejoining the main group in just a second. And so Hassan will be our representative presenting the product idea. And we'll also hear from the other two groups that have been workshopping their product ideas in person at IGF.
Yeah, Hassan, make us proud.
I hate to break up the creative process, especially at this hour since it's going, but we do need to come back because they are going to throw us out at 10 o'clock. I promised all.
We're only like 10 minutes away from the forum, by the way.
Oh, great.
But it's now raining, and then after this session, yeah, we will join you guys on the floor, inshallah.
Okay, hello everybody in the
Wonderful. A great
online
chance
world.
to meet up in person.
Can you all hear us in the online world? Nadia,
I'm joining in from India, so I'm not lucky.
Okay. Nadia, can you hear us from where you are?
Yes, we
Okay,
can.
great. Well, I was listening to all three groups, and I was impressed that the creative juices got flowing at this hour, in particular with all the jet lag and everything else. So, congratulations to everybody who partook. Will, you want to share some insights before we ask for? Actually, let me ask you the question while the other groups get organized and prepared to read out to us. So, the question that did come in before the break was, how do you scrape high quality content And what are the parameters of what you call high quality? And while Will is answering that, each group spokesperson get ready to give us like a 2 to 3 minute readout from your deliberations. Thanks.
I wish there was a simple answer to this question. This is something that we struggle with every day, and that remains an area of significant innovation and investment for Google. There are a few approaches that we are taking currently, and like I said, they just continue to evolve all the time as we try to figure out how to do this better and better. One way is to work with fact-checking organizations around the world that can validate information for us and do additional research, and those partnerships are really key. Another way is to identify news sources that are consistently providing high-quality information, that are independent and that are generally reliable and validated by fact-checkers. But really, at the end of the day, I think the most important thing that we do is provide context to our users as much as we can about where the information that they're interacting with came from. So that's providing additional links, providing counter-arguments, providing access to metadata and additional information, because there is no one metric or one definition of high-quality content, and there's no one accepted, source of truth for this. And so I think empowering users to really understand the content that they're interacting with and make their own informed decisions about what to believe and what not to believe is the most important thing that we can do.
Okay, great. So if I can, I'm going to call on the group to my left to maybe go first, and then we'll go to the online group and then the group to the right. So did you nominate a spokesperson or? Okay, great. There should be a mobile microphone, right? I put it on the table. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. You said 2 minutes? Okay. So in our group, we discussed a feature that would be added to Google search results that include news articles. And the goal of the feature is to give users information about the validity of the news article, some kind of flag or visual signal to show them if they're looking at something trustworthy. We specifically talked about identifying news that can be known to be false or known to be generated by AI, and we would, if we are able to determine that, add a flag to show that to users that they are looking at something that is AI generated, and they could still view it, but it would just be a kind of a visual cue. We discussed some of the ways to kind of generate this information using fact-checking organizations that are credible and based on the country or location where they're reviewing information. We talked a bit about some of the resources needed to do this. Of course, you need an engineering and UX team, but we also talked about kind of cultural competency and having a group or some type of experts on knowing news sources and what kind of the cultural dialogue is in different contexts, and also kind of the legal and legal framework to know that. And yeah, talking about the ROI of this feature, we talked about why a company like Google should incorporate this feature, and the ROI would be increasing trust in the product, giving users insight into the information they're looking at, which is something they're seeking and would be a unique value that would bring them to use Google search as opposed to other search engines, and generally increasing the trust in the product and making the user more able to rely on the information they're getting would encourage usage. And expected roadmap, we didn't really get that far, but this is the idea we came up with.
Great. No, that's you covered a lot of territory in a short period of time, especially with a cold start. So appreciate that. So I'm not sure who was nominated to represent the online participants, but we will unmute you if you try and talk. Or Nadia, do you recall who was your spokesperson?
Yes, that would be Hassan. Hassan, are you able to come off mute?
Hello and good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Hassan Mahmoud. I'm from Sitra, Kuwait, which is basically the TRA for the country. I represent the .kw domain space in Kuwait. I'm in charge for the domain name registrations and the policy making. And with my colleagues in the online session, we have discussed a feature that would be added for .kw domain name registrations. For example, the current process right now, we do have two zones. We have a restricted zone for registration and unrestricted zone. What we mean by restricted, the third level domain names such as .com.kw, your name.com.kw, it represents a commercial entity. So in order to, for example, to register a domain under .com.kw, you will have to fulfill some requirements, which are you have to be a commercial, an official commercial entity in Kuwait with a valid trade license, and has to be registered by someone who's actually in Kuwait, based in Kuwait, either a Kuwaiti citizen or someone with a work permit. So the process right now is semi-manual, we would say, because who need to register a domain name, they need to upload some sort of documents like the trade license, their civil ID, for example, and these are being checked manually by one of the employees at the .kw domain space. And then we can grant the domain name registration. But we are looking into some other solutions that might make the process much faster, much easier. We are thinking of implementing AI tools to do this sort of scrubbing and checks. Because one condition, if you'd like to register a .com.kw domain name, the domain you select, it has to be matching with your trade license or your trademark license. So instead of doing that manually checking, we can have some sort of scrubbing that will check and the domain, the name of the license or the name of the trademark, and then it will process the request almost immediately. And in case of for example, whoever is registering a .com.kw is selecting a name that doesn't match the trademark or the license, using the AI tool, would give them suggestions what are the appropriate domain names that can be registered.
Great. Thanks, Hassan. We are short on time. I'm getting the clock ticking down sign from Oliver in the back. So real briefly to our folks in the room on the right.
Yeah, I'll be very brief, seeing as that we're building on the product that was mentioned earlier, but on a public news classification. So, to what Will was saying about creating an informed audience, we would want to build on the, right now when you go on Google search, you have 3 dots when you come up with a news article that provides you some context about the news outlet. This feature isn't right now in the news aggregator tab when you go to Google News, so we'd like to build on that to have a classification where, based on like a little spectrum of either being like neutral content or sensationalist content, we would give users the information that they would need to make an informed decision on what they think is credible and trust. That's really hard to define internally and externally. Just again, building on the other team, we would work with, UX and engineering, but also leveraging subject matter expertise at Google, especially with the Google News Initiative team and also just Google News, to ensure that they're helping us build a framework that can then be taken to product. And in terms of ROI, well, of course, we want to drive user engagement, and by providing additional context and other links that within the Google ecosystem, they're able to continue staying on the platform and continuing to engage with the content that Google would provide. But also at the end of the day, it's about providing more context and building information quality online, again, subject to their own understanding of what they are being the users, but also what quality looks like in different political contexts. So yeah, I think we're all interested in news credibility.
Yeah, no, that is definitely a common theme, and this being the beginning of the IGF, I'm sure that's a theme that will carry on for the next several days. Will, I'm impressed. I mean, some really good ideas, some really good thoughts.
Definitely.
Do you want to react, and maybe between you, Nadia closes up in the next 90 seconds or so?
Sure, I'll keep it brief and then kick it over to Nadia. I think that there's a reason that these issues are top of mind. These are things that I think we're all struggling with on a day-to-day basis, whether it's companies like Google that are trying to solve these problems or users on the web that are trying to understand all this information that's inundating us every day and how to make sense of it and how to understand what is and isn't credible. You guys have come up with some really great ideas, and I think this gives you a sense of how, when you think of a problem that you interact with every day, how do you actually start to translate that into a product vision, identify your needs, turn it into something that can actually work and solve that problem day to day? This is what we do at Google. This is exactly kind of what our workday looks like. So really excited to have you all participate in this process. Nadia?
Yes, just fully agree with Will. It is wonderful to be with you and hear everyone's ideas. And, these are all topics that we care very deeply about internally at Google. And we're very grateful for the opportunity to be here and be in dialogue with you all, to hear your points of view, to learn from you, and to share what we're doing, not only in terms of how we think about product development and design, and how we've approached some of these issues within our own suite of products, but also, to sort of share and be in exchange when it comes to, our philosophies, and, ultimately, these topics will need robust collaboration between public, private sector, academia, civil society. And so thank you very much for being with us right from the very beginning of day 0. And very much hope you enjoy the rest of your IGF.
Great. Thanks, Nadia. And speaking of collaboration, I'm getting the hook from Oliver in the back of the room. So thanks, everybody, for participating both online and in person. Will be here for the rest of the week. So if you have any questions, track him down. That's how these IGFs work if you've never been. So thanks, everybody,
Absolutely.
and have a great meeting.
Goodbye. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us for this very important and timely conversation. In July 2021, the Pegasus Project, an investigation by Forbidden Stories and Amnesty International, shook the world. It revealed how Pegasus, a military-grade spyware developed by the Israeli firm NSO Group, had been used to target at least 189 journalists, 85 human rights defenders, and over 600 politicians and government officials globally, including cabinet ministers and diplomats. This was not just a moment of reckoning. It sparked a global demand for accountability. Since then, we have seen some movements in the US blacklisted NSO Group and other surveillance firms. The UK and France launched the Pall Mall process earlier this year to start conversation around ethical oversight of such technologies. But despite these efforts, surveillance remains a booming, largely unregulated industry. Over 500 companies continue to market and sell these tools to around 65 governments worldwide, many of them in the global south. While the discourse on ethical oversight and regulation is growing, it remains largely centered in the global north. What's missing are the perspectives, experiences, and contexts from the global south, where surveillance not only thrives in silence, but often intersects with weak legal safeguards, authoritarian impulses, and shrinking civic spaces. And that's why we are here. This roundtable is an attempt to bridge that gap to center the global south voices in global surveillance and accountability debates. We want to ask, what does surveillance look like in regions like Latin America, South Asia, MENA region, and Africa? What forms does it take from sophisticated spyware like Pegasus to more traditional brick-and-mortar tactics still used by many actors around us? And critically, how do the solutions from the global north apply or not apply in our context? Over the past 5 years, the surveillance tech industry has only expanded. Even the most cautious individuals, journalists, human rights defenders, civil society actors, find themselves vulnerable. And it's no longer just about states surveilling citizens. We are now seeing an ecosystem where private actors, outsourced contractors, and even foreign governments are deploying these tools to watch, track, and silence dissent. So I'll just stop here with the introduction and just introduce some of our panelists who are here and 2 panelists who are joining us online. We have Anna Getton from R3D Mexico. We have Apar Gupta from Internet Freedom Foundation India. Mohammad Najam from SMEX Lebanon. Elizabeth Davis, who is a policy lead at Pall Mall Process Policy, UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, Cyber Policy Department. David Kay, who is a law professor at the University of California and former UN Special Rapporteur on freedom of expression. And last but not the least, Rima Amin, who is a security policy manager at Meta, focused on community defense. So I'll start with my first question to Anna, basically. If you can just tell us a little bit about what are the implications of state-sanctioned cyber intrusion on its citizens in your region, but also in the global south, specifically in what context in Latin America is differ from the north when it comes to surveillance and spyware technology?
Sure. Thank you, Nighat. In many Latin American countries, governments have taken advantage of security crises experienced by their societies to make it appear like our only alternative to protect ourselves is to give up our privacy, implying that if we do not, we will only be helping criminals commit more crimes. However, the reality is that these narratives are actually being used to criminalize citizens in contexts usually represented by high rates of impunity, corruption, and collusion with organized crime. Thus, rather to give us more security, surveillance powers in Latin America are abused to target human rights defenders and journalists in legacies of past military dictatorships and systemic human rights violations where the rule has been to control, repress, and censor all dissent. For example, in Mexico, abusive surveillance powers exacerbate in a context where Mexico has led and maintained for more than 15 years a military approach to public security risks, granting powers to the military that are constitutionally prohibited. The Army has systematically abused surveillance technologies to interfere with investigations carried out officially and by human rights defenders and journalists related to the Army's human rights abuses, such as extrajudicial killings and enforced disappearances. Many of the Pegasus infections occur at times when the victims were carrying out work related to human rights violations committed by armed forces or police authorities. In fact, information that has been made public as a result of the hacking carried out by Colectivo Guacamaya confirms that the surveillance and monitoring activities carried out are mainly done against civil organizations, human rights defenders, activists, and journalists, where they are classified as pressure groups for their work in defense of human rights. For example, in Mexico, one of the victims, Undersecretary Encinas, was in charge of the Truth Commission for the disappearance of 43 students from Ayotzinapa, in which Army personnel participated. And another victim was Centro Pro, a human rights organization who represented the families of the victims in this case and represents many other victims of human rights violations by the Army. In 2017, 2022, and 2023, surveilled victims in Mexico, mainly human rights defenders and journalists, filed criminal complaints with the Special Prosecutor's Office for Crimes Against Freedom of Expression for the crimes of illegal interception of private communications and illegal access to computer systems. However, despite multiple calls by national and international actors regarding the need to carry out a diligent investigation, justice and accountability have been obstructed by the authorities under scrutiny, who consistently claim no database or formal documentation of the records regarding the persons of numbers targeted by Pegasus exist. Furthermore, in a context in which the Army does not only control the federal security and intelligence apparatus, but now controls ports, airports, and roads, as well as operates trains, refineries, airlines, touristic resorts, banks, and many other business interests, it is particularly problematic that it deploys surveillance technologies with complete opacity and impunity. And I think that in general terms, this is the context in which Latin American countries usually use and abuse surveillance powers, in which they try to stifle dissent and repress and censor human rights defenders and journalists without any type of redress or reparation for the victims, access to justice, non-judicial or non-judicial remedies. So I would end with that.
Thank you so much, Anna. I'll head to Apar Gupta, who is joining us online. And Apar, if you can build on what Anna basically described, what is happening in their region, how do you think surveillance has manifested in your or our part of the world? Are zero-click attacks a significant threat in the region, or do other urgent issues take precedence? And what role has the Internet Freedom Foundation played in this regard?
Thank you so much, Nigat. Picking up from remarks which were made by Anna, I think there is continuity as well as similarity in our experience in India. The Pegasus revelations of July 2021 included at least 38 reporters who were prominent in their criticism of the government, opposition leaders and activists, and even included a sitting Supreme Court judge. And this shows and demonstrates that the very functionaries who are vested with both official powers as well as roles and responsibilities in order to keep the state honest, in order to ensure that democracy preserves, are themselves the victims of zero-click attacks. Therefore, it's not a hypothetical threat, and it is not a threat which is individualized, but is a societal threat to already democratic systems which are under strain and rule of law which exists inconsistently in countries in South Asia. And this brings into sharp focus where the underlying foundation of the telecommunication laws in many countries in South Asia comes from a post-colonial legacy in which the state had absolute control over the spectrum and the airwaves. And extension of this has resulted in an opaque, secretive system in which there is no requirement of judicial sanction and there is no independent parliamentary oversight, in which most of the powers are centralized within the executive branch of the federal government itself. So it is essentially a secretive procurement and then subsequent deployment of spyware technology, which attacks the very roots of a democratic system across South Asia, which builds off this colonial legacy. And is it still continuing? Was it just a one-off instance in 2019 and then in 2021 in India? The notifications by Apple in October 2023 included scores of Indian MPs and reporters of a state-sponsored attack on iPhones, and which had echoes of Pegasus. So this is a problem which is much more wider than one specific company or one specific type of software. And our response to this has been firstly increasing the amount of public awareness around this issue, that this is not a conventional issue of surveillance in which information is being gathered in breach of the law. This is something which is much more deeper harm to a democratic system itself. So IFF launched a campaign around it. There was strategic litigation which was also conducted in the Supreme Court, which remains pending. And there was a special committee constituted by the Indian Supreme Court whose findings are not yet public. This also demonstrates the remedial gaps which exist in rule of law processes where institutions may not strongly react to infections by spyware domestically to this court. And subsequently, we have also filed one petition asking for a much more structural reform of India's surveillance laws. Three short points before I end this intervention. The repeated instances of the use of spyware, the foundational deficiencies in our legal system, as well as institutional frameworks to enforce remedy, calls into sharp focus the need for platforms as well as multilateral and multi-stakeholders, organization and processes to the following. Possibly consider moratorium on commercial spyware until its legality, necessity, and proportionality principles can be set through multilateral frameworks. Export control alignments, which also have transparency requirements to which countries, what kinds of technologies are being issued, and what are the standards for which such kind of export controls actually apply. And specifically, till that happens, for victim notification and right, which enables the right to remedy, should be maintained by most platforms when they do detect spyware infections. So much.
Yeah, Apar, thank you so much for giving us a detailed picture of what is happening in India, but beyond India, in South Asia, and the kind of actions that IFF has taken. I just wanted to ask you, the cases are still pending, or in any of those petitions, have you heard from the courts, or any hope around those petitions?
So there was a high amount of hope when the petitions were initially filed, Nigat, given there was a vast amount of public interest as well as reporting activity which was being carried around them. The petitions came to be filed shortly after the revelations were made, sometime in September 2021, and an expert committee was set up. However, its findings were not made public, and the case was then not posted for active hearing, at least for a period of 2 years, from 2023 to 2025. Earlier in the year, the case did come up for hearing, but then again, it is not a case which is proceeding fairly with some kind of pace. And the fight right now is to get the determinations by the expert committee as to the examination of the devices made public, or at least even be made available to the very petitioners who have approached the court, whose phones were submitted to the committee. Even they don't have access to the report. Again, I will re-emphasize, while it is essential for a lot of people in South Asia, not only in India, to engage with their courts, with parliament, and the public sphere, there are limitations which are there in these institutional processes as to their autonomy and ability to provide remedy to victims.
Thank you so much, Apar. I would just say that especially in South Asia, keeping in mind geopolitics and especially ongoing conflicts going on, I think it's becoming more and more difficult for civil society to raise issues around spyware, surveillance. It sort of has become a taboo issue over the years, where when you mention accountability on spyware technologies, that's where you also kind of, you are in a situation where you, there are several backlashes coming from different segments of the state and other actors. I'll come to you, Mohammad Najam. You run this organization, SMEX, in MENA, and wanted to ask you if you can also elaborate some patterns that you have observed in how spyware is deployed in your region, in MENA, and what SMEX is actually doing to address that challenge.
Thank you, Nigat. First, I want to start by mentioning, like, the MENA region has some specificity to it, because in 2010, 2011, when we witnessed the Arab Spring, the community and the societies in the region were going in one direction, and gradually we went into totally the opposite direction. So basically, the tech space was really open before, like, the Arab Spring, or kind of open. When the Arab Spring happened, when we saw the result, all the authoritarian regimes, all the governments, like from the Gulf, Egypt, everybody came together and they started closing the civic space slowly. And one of the big tactics that they use is surveillance. Of course, not only surveillance, but I'm just going to talk about some of these points. So basically, they started first, like, there was almost zero regulations when it comes to the cyberspace, to the online space. And suddenly in 2015, there was dozens of laws around, like, cybercrime laws, around freedom of expression, all the regulations came out. And all these regulations have one goal: to actually limit the speech, limit what people are talking about, are online. So this kind of regulation affected a lot the space, and we started seeing a lot of people going to jail for like 10 years, 15 years for things they have said online. So regulation was really one of the big tools they have used. And then when we want to talk about surveillance itself, of course, like the Gulf country, they have a lot of money. We have seen the relationship with Israel was kind of like not known. Are they actually enemies or are they friends? There was no public conversation about it. But then later on, we discover that the Gulf has been investing a lot with NSO, Pegasus, and there was a lot of cases about it. I'm sure you all know about it. So Pegasus have been used heavily, and NSO, and so many other softwares and companies. So this definitely affected a lot what we've seen right now, especially with the case of Jamal Khashoggi, that everyone saw it happening, and we have seen that there actually no accountability. We're not only talking about spyware accountability, we're talking about accountability about a crime that happened. It's really like, of course, spyware has been used, but like it's much bigger than spyware. And I'm sure David will touch up on this a little bit. So more and more of like the self-censorship has started to be created because of this. Like there's no accountability, there's no transparency. So there's really a lot of censorship, that self-censorship that started to be created. And also at the same time, we've seen these governments, because of the relationship with Israel has been publicly known right now, or like let's say 2015, 2017, 2016, they also started to develop their own softwares, their own local softwares. We've seen Egypt doing this, we've seen UAE doing this. There's so many articles on New York Times and so many other places. We've seen Morocco, we've seen Saudi Arabia. So we started seeing these countries basically looking at this from a business perspective. And I really think when we think about spyware, we really need to look about it from a business perspective for so many authoritarian regimes. And what they have been doing for the last 5 years is not only producing their local solutions, local solutions, local spywares, but they're also trying to sell it in their geopolitical wars. Like we've seen, for example, like UAE are giving their softwares, their surveillance to RSF, like the Rapid Support Group in Sudan. We have seen it happening in Egypt. We have seen it happening in so many other places. So it started to be part of the geopolitical game, mostly to gain more power. Oops, sorry. I put 5 minutes, and that was very quickly, so I need to finish quickly. Okay. And we also have seen it. Where was I? Okay. So basically, UAE were selling it in terms of like to empower their geopolitical presence, but to also make money. Like a lot of these countries are making these softwares to make money. So we need to understand this as advocates of digital rights. It's a business decision as well for them. And one thing that we don't talk a lot about in our communities is like they're also doing surveillance on their friends and allies. And this is something really important because we have discovered in so many cases that all these countries are doing surveillance on each other's. They're not doing surveillance on their enemies, on activists, but they're also doing surveillance on other politicians, on their friends, on their cousins. So they want to catch their secrets. They want to understand what they're doing. So this is happening. In terms of SMACs, I know I didn't answer the question yet, Nigat. So briefly, what we're trying to do, we're trying to support civil society groups. We're trying to support LGBT groups. We know like there's so many criminalization of LGBT in our region. So these are the most vulnerable groups. So our team is distributed among the Arab-speaking countries, and we're trying to do some kind of support to mitigate some of these threats. Of course, the threats are much bigger. We need to do more collaboration among some civil society groups. And yeah, I'm going to stop here. Sorry, I passed my time.
No, thank you so much, Najam. I think that was really important to get a good picture of Gulf countries. I'll come to you, Elizabeth. We would love for you to speak briefly about how the Pall Mall process can support efforts in the Global South. Now you have heard 3 speakers from different regions. And one pattern that is emerging is basically inaccountability and non-transparency by the governments. And how do you think that Pall Mall process or mechanisms like this can be meaningfully inclusive of actors outside the Global North?
Yeah, thank you very much. Hopefully everyone can hear me all right. I'm sorry to not be able to join you in person this morning. So I'll just do a brief overview on what the Pall Mall process is at the start to avoid any confusion. So it was launched in February 2024 by the UK and France as a multi-stakeholder international initiative to address the global threat posed by the rapidly growing market in commercial cyber intrusion capabilities. So what we call C6 as a shorthand, but including but not limited to commercial spyware, like Pegasus has been mentioned this morning. This threat includes the serious harms caused by the irresponsible use of these tools to target human rights defenders, journalists, and others who play a vital role in protecting and promoting fundamental freedoms, much of which we only know about thanks to the brave work of many of you here today, as previous panelists have set out. But we also, as the UK, have concerns because of this rapidly growing market's impact on the cyber threat that we as states all face by lowering the barrier to entry to advanced capabilities to a wider number of states and non-state actors. And that increased the volume, the variety, and severity of threats that we face, threatening our officials, our infrastructure, our businesses, and our citizens. And we know that this threat will become increasingly acute into the future as the market expands, diversifies, and specializes. So while we're focusing today on commercial spyware in particular, I think it's important to emphasize the Pall Mall process looks more broadly across the commercial cyber intrusion market, so including elements of the supply chain that sit under these sophisticated capabilities, like the vulnerability and exploit marketplace, because we don't believe any one element can be tackled in isolation. The UK government does believe there are legitimate uses of these tools in defensive cybersecurity operations, for example, for national security and law enforcement, but these should be limited and they should only be used with appropriate oversight and safeguards in place, and never in ways that threaten human rights or contravene international law and norms. So through building international consensus, the aim of the Pall Mall process is broadly to ensure that access to the most advanced capabilities remains limited and controlled, that international norms and safeguards ensure the responsible development, use and sale of cyber intrusion capabilities around the world, and that better transparency across the market makes it easier for states to enhance national resilience and take proactive action to tackle irresponsible activity. So what we're trying to do is set the rules of the road for different actors across the market and thinking about shared responsibility towards tackling this threat that impacts all of us. So in terms of action that the Pall Mall process has done so far, we started with states as the major customers of this industry. You know, as colleagues have set out, that this is a business. So we're talking here about trying to shift market incentives. So we used the findings of a multi-stakeholder consultation last autumn to draft a code of practice for states, which contained a series of detailed recommendations for states as responsible regulators, customers, and users of C6. Under the 4 pillars of the Pall Mall process, which are accountability, oversight, precision, and transparency. This final product was achieved through an extensive multi-stakeholder negotiation, so we're hugely grateful for the constructive engagement in the process of this, of many of you here today. We secured formal support from 24 other states for the code of practice so far, including Ghana, our first state supporter from the Global South. And we hope that this number will continue to rise. But this is only a stepping stone, which I think is the really important thing to mention. We know that the code of practice will only have an impact if we implement the commitments we've made and continue to build on that momentum. So the next steps for the Pall Mall process are we anticipate across 3 work streams, one of them being focused on implementation of the code of practice for states, so supporting states to put these commitments into practice, whether that's through existing policy levers or creating new ones. There's no point in having this if it's not implemented properly and comprehensively. With industry, you know, we are now turning our expectations to those working in this market themselves. So we have to agree collectively what practices, internal processes, security measures, and other elements should be implemented as standard across the market to help curb irresponsible activity and misuse, and accountability and tracking progress, you know, and developing ways of formally doing this. We know this is needed to bring about this behavior change. Our approach so far has been to try and work to set a standard first, because you can't hold irresponsible actors accountable or shake the market until there is a credible standard to hold them accountable to. Well, that brings me to the huge importance of multi-stakeholder participation in the Pall Mall process. You know, we need help from all of you in shaping this standard of behavior, convincing key players to join it, or at least a critical mass of them, enough to change this market, and then by holding them accountable to it. You know, the hugely valuable work all of you have done so far in highlighting that abuse, and that we want to continue to support you in doing. But we know that our efforts in this haven't been inclusive enough so far. You know, the Pall Mall process has always set out to be truly international from the beginning. We stated that it was a global problem that required a global solution. So an initiative that just involves states and other stakeholders from the global north is never going to move that dial. And we know that there is that huge importance in involving civil society stakeholders from the global south. And I'm sorry if some of you feel that that hasn't been the case so far, and that's something we would like to change. We know you can bring your significant expertise to inform the process of developing some kind of code of practice for industry by applying the knowledge that you have of how these products and services have been developed, sold and used in particular contexts, and feeding that into the consultation process that we will be holding on this going forward. And to help determine, like I say, what standards need to be baked in this industry or can never be included for a product to be responsibly used. And that expertise is important too in our work in supporting implementation of the code of practice for states. You know, we want to know where you think that there are global examples of best practice in this space, or where things have been tried in particular countries and haven't worked. And as I said, you're particularly vital partners when it comes to holding states and companies to account for irresponsible behavior and exposing whether their actions don't meet their words, whether that is involving those who have signed up to the Code of Practice yet or not. Because we want to support efforts by states to address this threat in the Global South too. We want more states from the Global South participating in these discussions if they are doing so in good faith, and hopefully signing up to the Code of Practice, committing to the actions within it, and crucially being held accountable to them. You know, like I say, we were delighted to have Ghana sign up to the Code of Practice and attend the conference in Paris in April, and we hope that more countries from the Global South will follow. We've also worked to ensure that the issue is highlighted in the relevant multilateral fora so that the discussions are international. So we've consistently raised the issue at the UN's open-ended working group on ICTs, and we hope that language will be included in this year's final report. And I should say, and last but very, very much not least, you know, the UK wants to make sure that we're supporting those who are already victims of the irresponsible use of these capabilities or at high risk of becoming so wherever they are in the world. And so that's why we were pleased to announce alongside our Canadian partners last week, the Common Good Cyber Fund, aimed at supporting civil society actors at high risk of digital transnational repression in particular, including in the Global South. I'll stop there because I think I've probably already gone over time. But, you know, I'm really keen to hear from all of you what more we should be doing, and particularly how we can support your efforts, both from the UK side and the Pall Mall process.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I think it's very useful what process UK and French-led initiative Pall Mall process is doing, and how you are trying to include Global South voices in this process. Professor David, I'll come to you, and you have been in this space for so long. You are a former rapporteur, UNSR, on freedom of expression, and I have seen you very actively engage with the accountability mechanisms around spyware technology in the US and also other processes. And I would like to ask you very candidly how international law, especially during these times, is effective when Global South actors, especially civil society, is trying to hold big actors accountable around spyware technology, and also if you think that Pall Mall process and other processes like these would be useful for Global South.
Mm-hmm. Great. Thanks, Nigat, for pulling us all together here. I guess the way I would answer the question at the highest level is that international law is only effective when it's domesticated, when it's actually applied. So I was very happy to hear from Elizabeth that Pall Mall process is a stepping stone. It's the sort of how we judge it is by its implementation. And so in thinking about implementation, about the strength or the power, the effectiveness of international law, let me just try to make 3 points, or I'll divide this into 3 sections. First, on global export constraint. Clearly, we need clarity and human rights standards to be a part of global export constraint. And that means that any of the constraint that we see that's applied by governments or by international organizations needs to meet the 3-part test of international law, precision, proportionality, legitimacy, and all of that. And those have to be implemented at the domestic level. I think one thing that we have seen in global constraint is that, particularly during the years of the Biden administration, the actual sanctioning of bad actors has an impact. Right, so it's one thing to have high-level, soft law, but we really need the actual sanctioning of the bad actors, because that has a very strong impact on the ability of those bad actors to continue to operate. And so as we're thinking about global export control, we need to be thinking about how do we make that part real. The second part that I want to mention is litigation. Right, so litigation is also a form of moving from the soft law, from the standards, to actual implementation. So I think we saw in a very constructive way WhatsApp or Meta suing the NSO Group, which led just in recent months to an award against the NSO Group of $168 million in a U.S. court. Now, whether that holds remains to be seen. But that kind of pressure is absolutely essential. Now, it's more difficult to do that kind of litigation against states because of sovereign immunity. There's variation in different jurisdictions. It's harder to do in the United States than in the UK, for example. But we continue to see that kind of litigation as a tool to impress upon the global community, and particularly on the bad actors, that there are consequences for their actions. The third area that I want to talk about, and I'll devote sort of the balance of my time to this, is on domestic constraints, domestic and sometimes supranational constraints that can be imposed on law enforcement and on the intelligence community. So actually, this has been an area where there's been quite a bit of positive movement in recent years. Just last December, the Venice Commission, of which I'm a member, issued a report on spyware that has very strict rules with respect to law enforcement's use of spyware tools in domestic settings. I think it's important to look at that, to look at the European Union and the European Parliament's PEGA committee process on this, and to ask a couple of questions about these domestic constraints. The first one is, will they be applied? So the Venice Commission really details some very significant rules that should be applied by states. Will they be applied by states? We've seen significant use of spyware against human rights defenders, against journalists. Even over the last several weeks, we've seen the scandal of the use by the Italian government against journalists. Will these standards actually be applied? That's really a very open question right now. And then the second question I think that's very important is, will these standards be used to apply to global export constraint? Right, because it's one thing for European governments and others to say these are going to be the standards that are going to apply for the use internally, but will those standards actually be used in the consideration of what kind of tools can be exported to countries around the world? At the moment, I don't know that we actually have an answer to that. But I would urge certainly processes like the PALMA process to move quickly from sort of the higher level of soft law to really looking at these standards at the domestic level and say that these are the standards that also must apply to global export control. I'm at 5 minutes, so I'm going to stop there. I'm sure in the conversation there'll be more that we can talk about.
Thank you so much, Professor David. I'll also encourage our audience, if they have questions, please prepare them. I'm not taking them right now. We have one more speaker, but I'll open the floor after Rima. So Rima, I'll come to you. You are working at Meta, and your role is actually looking into issues like what we are discussing right now. Can you tell us how common is it over years or even recently to track individuals through online platforms? Recently, the NSO was ordered to pay damages over $150 million to Meta for hacking WhatsApp in 2019. And by the way, if you get that, I think you should proceed that to the civil society in the Global South who are working on spyware accountability. But no, that's just, I'm joking. So what does this mean for online platforms tackling vulnerability issues against cyber tech companies such as NSO?
Sure, thank you so much. And also just to say that is actually our plan, if we are awarded those damages, to be able to contribute that to organizations who are supporting people targeted by surveillance for hire. In terms of what we've seen on Meta's platforms, we have investigated and disrupted operations from over 20 surveillance for hire firms across targeting people across 200 countries. And I think many of the speakers have pointed out that many of those people are based in the Global South. these surveillance for hire firms claim that their technology is being used to target criminals and terrorists, but our investigations have shown over and over again regular targeting of dissidents, critics of authoritarian regimes, families of opposition, and sort of human rights activists. Our teams are very focused on sort of investigating these threats, disrupting them, notifying victims, working also with civil society organizations to find ways to support them. We also, where appropriate, do sort of intelligence sharing because we know that these types of threats cut across sort of different platforms and places. So it's really important that we're able to share that intelligence. And then also we release information about these threats through adversarial threat reports. In terms of your question relating to the NSO group, I think in the spirit of, stepping stones as we're talking about today, I think what that lawsuit really showed was that legal action here is possible. And in terms of having some optimism there, we hope that this will provide a bit of deterrence for, the manner of which some of these surveillance for hire companies are operating. I think Mohammed also spoke about these being sort of businesses. And so, again, we hope that this lawsuit has provided insight for investors who may be thinking about investing in this type of technology as well. So there's a couple of things that I think we can be optimistic about. There were also a couple of things that we learned through the lawsuit. Firstly, we learned about NSO's actual role in the data retrieval and delivery of the technology, which was sort of almost sort of every part of it. So that was an interesting insight. And we also learned that WhatsApp were far from being the only ones targeted by the NSO group. So they spent tens of millions of dollars on malware installation across things like instant messaging, browsers, and sort of operating systems. In terms of sort of what we see as being needed next, of course, it's a really important step that we were able to take with the litigation. But we really need, and I think a lot of the speakers here spoke about this, we need legal recourse to be accessible and attainable specifically for those who are targeted by these technologies. Elizabeth spoke very well about some of the controls and guardrails that are really needed for this industry. I think that's pretty key as well because we need something for these firms to be sort of accountable towards, and we also need to prevent these technologies from being misused in the first place. So I'll end there.
Great. Thank you so much, Rima. So I'll open the floor for questions. If you have questions, can you raise your hand? We'll take 2-3 questions from the floor, and then please specify which speaker you want to ask question to. There was one hand that I saw. Yeah. So if you have a question, you have to go to the mic, which is there.
We need to put this right. Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for the excellent panel. My name is Jennifer Brody. I'm with Freedom House. I have a question really for the panel, but specifically to David Kay. You mentioned the importance of export controls. In my work on this topic, what seems to be kind of the next step, lowest hanging fruit, is to help governments create enhanced human rights due diligence guides, essentially. It's something civil society supports, governments in theory want to get behind, and the quote-unquote good actors in industry are also keen on this work. So curious if David, if you have any comments, also directed at Elizabeth Davies with the UK FCDO. Thank you.
Great. Jen, thanks for that question. It's a great question. So I agree with that. I mean, I think going towards very specific due diligence approaches can just concretize, what we're talking about, and give a kind of checklist for governments to determine, what is and is not legitimate, and also, I think to the extent that that due diligence can be transparent and widely shared, it also enables governments to share that kind of information, for civil society, for other stakeholders to engage in that. I think, getting to the title of this panel, I think it's going to be extremely important for that kind of due diligence to be widely shared outside of, the global north. And there are efforts. There's an African regional spyware initiative right now that can be one kind of vector to getting that kind of information and building that kind of capacity outside of the north, which could be really valuable. But I think due diligence like that is definitely important, particularly given that we'd be talking about fundamental human rights standards that should be applying here.
Yes, Elizabeth?
Sure. Yeah, just to come in on that as well. I think, fundamentally, we would agree. I think this is one of the most obvious areas to focus on when it comes to that concrete implementation of the code of practice. So we are planning to sort of set up some particular working groups focused on particular areas of implementation that we think we can work on now over the next years. And one of them will be focused on export controls. Because I think even also the sort of flip side of the human rights due diligence is also ensuring, I think, that national export control authorities fully understand what lots of these tools are capable of, and therefore that they are asking the right questions when it comes to those human rights due diligence questions as well. It's a complicated area, and the technicalities of it, I think, sometimes are what kind of tie everybody up in knots. So improving that human rights due diligence and also just improving the application and enforcement of export controls across this space is something that we really want to look at quite closely. So yeah, we will be welcoming lots of input into that as to how all of this can be applied.
Do we have any other question from the floor? Maybe any comment, addition? No, if there is no question, like if you want to add into this debate. If no, I would like to share some findings. So I run this organization called Digital Rights Foundation. We are based in Pakistan, working in South Asia, now looking at the region. So we are working on this series of regional scoping studies that will be released in coming months. And this study basically explores what surveillance looks like in South Asia, starting from Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh. And Apar, who is also a speaker, they are also contributing to this study. And our aim is to uncover which cyber intrusion capabilities are available in our context, what risks they pose to privacy and digital rights, and what gaps exist in transparency and accountability. I'll briefly mention few findings in our report. In Pakistan, we found that the lawful intercept management system, which we call LIMS, is central to state surveillance. It is managed by a regulator and funded by telecom providers, and the system facilitates real-time access to messages, call logs, metadata, and even audio-video content. Shockingly, telecom providers are required to ensure at least 2% of their customer base, around 4 million people. So 4 million people are under surveillance at any given time in this country. I'll go to Sri Lanka. In our research, some of the findings we are finding is the use of backdoors and unmonitored data transmission in devices provided by companies like Huawei. The Telecommunication Act gives sweeping interception powers to ministers while judicial approval is required. The lack of clear SOPs makes the entire process opaque and vulnerable to abuse. In India, while the landmark Putswami judgment recognized privacy as a fundamental right, the passage of the Digital Personal Data Protection Act in 2023 marked a worrying regression. The law fails to meaningfully protect citizens from surveillance, and decision-making around intrusive technologies remains hidden from public scrutiny, as Apar mentioned in his intervention. In Bangladesh, surveillance involves both traditional forms as physical tailing and wiretaping, as well as more sophisticated and intrusive domains. Some police officers routinely have access to and use surveillance technologies, especially during protests or socially disrupted events, to collect real-time information. Telecommunication Regulatory Commission and National Telecommunication Monitoring Center both have the authority to collect data without cooperation from telecom providers. In one example, authorities deliberately slowed mobile and broadband internet access to force citizens in Dhaka to use traditional network communications, which are easier to trace. So these are some of the examples and findings. And they might not sound more sophisticated because the work in Global South is just starting, although by civil society, although the states and actors who have this capacity to acquire technologies are more advanced, and more advanced not only in using these technologies, but have more resources. And I think that is the worrying trend, where we are way behind in these conversations around accountability, transparency, and really have no means in terms of holding powerful actors accountable and how to hold them accountable, how we can use these international processes and what these processes mean for us. There are several initiatives that are going on. Civil society is building their own capacity, like SMEX and DRF is actually building this emerging threat lab, building our own capacity to support victims and survivors who, when they find that they are being surveilled or sophisticated spyware is used against them, they are at mercy of no one. And then they come to civil society or helplines or help desks, digital security help desks, to seek guidance or support. And that's where our role comes in. But we also need support in terms of building our capacity. So what we are trying to do is bridging this gap between the knowledge among global North organizations and global South organizations. We have really good advanced knowledge in global North organizations who are doing these investigations, but transfer of that knowledge is happening at a very slow pace. So what we are doing is like trying to build our own knowledge and capacity so that we are on ground, can provide this support to the victims and survivors as first responders. I would like to mention Spyware Accountability Initiative, which is focused on Global South actors and supporting them so that they can work on these issues. And I think before ending this, I will ask this one question. We have, how much, 10 minutes? No, 7 minutes. So I'll ask this one question to all our speakers, that if they can mention one key action that we can take or they can take if they are government or academia or industry, that they can take in supporting civil society or actors who are trying to hold spyware or governments or spyware tech accountability work possible in their own context. So please, anyone who wants to start.
I can start.
Yes.
It's not going to be one, but I'm going to try to synthesize it. I agree with what was mentioned about the necessity of having national legal frameworks regarding implementation and not just soft law, because that way it can be legally binding, but also to contextualize it according to the Global South and what we were discussing, to actually see what happens in countries of the Global South regarding corruption, collusion with organized crime, impunity, and how these obstacles relate sometimes to our lack of access to justice, accountability, and transparency. And I think that's very important for us to connect. And also what Nigat was mentioning about the fact that it's not only related to the targeting of human rights defenders and journalists in public interest matters that affect democracies, but also we're establishing a global trend where massive surveillance is happening everywhere. So, for example, in Latin American countries, there's a lot of now centralized data registries that are being interconnected and that allow for everyone to be massively surveilled. So I think that we have to also establish that it's not only Pegasus and certain type of spywares, but that there's several surveillance technologies that are being implemented that are going to affect every citizen around the world. So that's it.
Rima, can I come to you?
Sure. I think, this is a global threat and cuts across different spaces. And so I think really working to drive sort of initiatives like the Pall process together, I think is going to be super important in making sure that they expand. I think a couple of sort of key areas is driving to make sure the controls and guardrails are in place, both for the companies and also the customers sort of themselves, making sure that human rights due diligence is sort of there and that transparency is there too. And then the second piece to that is really ensuring that remediation for targets is possible and the ability to drive accountability and legal action as needed is there too, because unless you have that second piece, the first piece around guardrails completely falls apart. So, yeah.
David, go ahead.
Sure. So I think there's maybe two things that we need to be thinking about here. I mean, there's a million things to be thinking about, but one is whether we've left open or are leaving open too many gaps. I mean, we live in an era where states are just kind of driving trucks through any small space that they can carve out to do what they want to do. And so I'm particularly concerned about discussing the spyware industry and its legitimacy when, in fact, we're talking about an industry that is essentially performing governmental functions when they shouldn't be. And so when we have things like the European Union's Media Freedom Act, which actually carves out a little bit of space for the use of spyware against journalism, that's a huge problem for us. And that's a huge problem not only for European journalists, but it's also a huge problem for the message that it sends to the rest of the world. So if I were sort of looking kind of generically at one thing that we should be focusing on, it's really narrowing as much as possible any scope for the use of these tools at all, if not banning them, which seems not to be particularly on the table right now, but ensuring that that space is really not available for the use of these tools by states.
Najam, you have 20 seconds and then 20 seconds each to Elizabeth and Apar.
Oh my God, my turn. Okay. Briefly, I just want to say that coming to what we've seen in the last few years in terms of war in my region, I really think that we really need to think about digital rights everywhere, or like human rights everywhere. I mean, in the opening ceremony today, I've seen an interesting case of Ukraine. A gentleman was speaking about how successful it was to regain access to the telecom and how it's helped them a lot through their communication by using Starlink. It's interesting, and I really admire this experience, but also from the other angle, Starlink has been not used in Gaza, for example. So like, we really need to think about how we can think of like human rights everywhere and digital rights everywhere, and we really need to think about how we can treat everybody equally to have access to the same telecommunication tools.
Thank you. Elizabeth, you, and then Apar, we have only 25 seconds left.
Okay, I will be very quick. I will say one, I think, as we said with the stepping stone, the actual comprehensive and sort of thorough implementation of code of practice is vital, and following through on that. But also, particularly in the spirit of this panel, but I think it's vital to ensure that we don't become a global North initiative that is only talking to companies and countries based in the global North. Otherwise we're not going to have that global impact that we need.
Yeah, Apar, very quickly.
I think threat notifications is something which needs to be universalized across platforms, especially for people in the global south. The second thing is the ability for victims to reach out to organizations for having their device tested and the methodology, given that there are very high barriers where evidence is tested in their domestic jurisdiction. So that capacity and that safety needs to be encouraged beyond the 4 or 5 organizations which do it at present.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, to our speakers. I would like to give a shout out to Jennifer Brody from Freedom House. She has been doing a lot of work. So we have so many allies in the audience, our speakers. Thank you so much. And this is just the beginning of this debate. Please keep talking about this issue throughout IGF and beyond. Thank you.
change channel here.
Is it?
IGF, they're open networks, huh?
I don't see. It's weird.
I need to refresh. I see 2 open networks.
All right.
2025.
I think we're ready to roll. Thanks, everybody. Please take seats. I'm hoping that you can all hear me through your microphones or through the headsets. It's all good? Wonderful. You'll see we're missing one of our panelists, but we decided to start off because we want to have as much time as possible for you all to hear from our wonderful panelists today, and then also to have a chance to open up for your questions and comments as well. This event is focusing on digital rights and partnership strategies for impact. And we're really looking today to have a really open conversation about the intersection of online experiences and fundamental human rights. We want to highlight the challenges that are faced by civil society, tech companies, and enforcement agencies in protecting these rights within what we all know is a complex, borderless online environment. And we need to recognize, of course, that each of us come to this issue from a different place, that states are the ones that have the legal obligations to take action, but that companies have a duty to respect human rights under the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. And civil society, of course, is there to keep everybody else honest on both of those obligations, one hopes. So we are going to have a chance to talk a little bit about some of the collaborative projects that are going on in this place, some of the good practices that are happening. And obviously the idea today is to really foster more cross-sector collaboration to strengthen human rights protection in online environments so that we all have a better sense of what we've learned, what we're currently doing, and what we can do more. My name's Peggy Hicks. I work with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in Geneva. And we too have been working in this space and trying to figure out, what we can contribute. We had a recent event, for example, in Brazil, working with the judiciary on social media regulation. We've done a study within the MENA region, focusing on the experiences of journalists and human rights defenders within the digital platforms. And we do work with our partners within the UN system, including UNESCO, looking at guidance for platforms on human rights impact assessment as an idea. What we find, of course, in this work is that there is obviously a very unlevel playing field with regards to tech regulation in many jurisdictions. We do our best to work to try to bring in the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, and in particular, the idea within that document that we're looking for a smart mix of mandatory measures and policy incentives that states can put in place. That means that they'll meet not only their obligations to respect human rights, but that they are doing what they need to regulate the space so that companies are also contributing to a more human rights protective environment. We have a project that we'll probably hear a little bit about during this call, looking at which we call the BTEC project, that encourages cross-stakeholder, cross-sector, multi-stakeholder engagement. And it's focused on really trying to work with companies to answer some of the tough questions we see, including around AI and content moderation. And it remains a challenge to figure out how to do this, especially since we're working with some of the largest companies. One of the big questions is how we make this experience more global, how we engage more with small and medium enterprises. And right now, for example, we have a track that's focusing on how do we deal with investors within the tech space as well. We have found, though, through our discussion with the companies, that the work together with them actually has strengthened the way that they work amongst each other, but also that we learn and have a privileged position through what we learn to be able to bring some of what's happening within the companies to a more general audience, for which we're very grateful. We're also, of course, working with the international institutions in this space, including the UN Human Rights Council. and some of the things that come out of that body. And I'll do a shout out now to our host of Norway for a resolution that they passed recently, which is important, that, for example, calls on us to assess the risks faced by human rights defenders through digital technology and do work on that issue. So we're working across these different platforms with our trusted partners to try to have this type of conversation that we're having today, and we're looking forward to doing it in more depth with you. And in order to do that, I'm super privileged to have with us a wonderful panel. I guarantee that the panel will not be composed only of men when Alex Walden from Google arrives soon. So if anybody's taking screenshots, hold up. We've got Alex coming soon, so we'll be a bit more balanced. But today we're very fortunate to have with us, and I'll present to you briefly now, Jason Plemeyer, who we've worked with very closely as the Executive Director of the Global Network Initiative. Ian Barber, to my right, is the Legal and Advocacy Lead at Global Partners Digital. And Esteva Sanz is the Head of Sector for Internet Governance and Multi-Stakeholder Dialogue at the European Commission. So you'll see they come from very different perspectives as well, I think, so it'll be really great to have their different contributions. Alex Walden, who will join us, as I mentioned, is the Global Policy Lead for Human Rights and Freedom of Expression at Google. So we're going to jump right into the conversation. And I'm going to turn to you, Ian, first, and ask you, from the perspective of civil society, what specific challenges do civil society organizations face in advocating for and protecting online human rights when confronted with these pressing issues? Please.
Sure. Thanks, Peggy. Good morning. I hope you guys can all hear me okay. To answer your question, there are a number of challenges that civil society is facing right now, especially in the past few years. It seems pretty critical time. I think one of the biggest ones that we're facing right now is, obviously it's no stranger to everyone here, there's a kind of shrinking for funding that we're finding right now for civil society in this space. Donors simply aren't providing the same amount or completely withdrawing. And this is also reflective of, I think, broader geopolitical changes and realignment that's also not in favor. I think what comes with that as well is there's less of an emphasis on the human rights-based approach. I think what we're seeing right now is a lot of donors are advocating or pursuing for things along the lines of national security or kind of economic impact, kind of looking for impact investment. So it's reflecting kind of a narrative crisis, I believe, for the human rights-based approach that needs kind of a bit of a rethink at this point for us. And this has kind of impacts not just on civil society in the global north, but particularly civil society in the global majority, which are already less well-resourced and able to make an impact. So I think that's critical to acknowledge. And this leads to, I think, some serious capacity issues. So, of course, with lack of funding, there's less of an ability for civil society across the globe to be able to make an impact. We're seeing this is resulting in layoffs, burnout, and also not having the expertise then to be able to come into these forums and spaces and be able to effectively advocate. We know that there's been a proliferation of forums and processes in the past few years. It's quite difficult to keep up with even kind of the standard ones we've had around for a while. One's based in Geneva, UPR, focused, one's treaty-based, but now, the UN Cybercrime Convention, the AHC, we have WSIS, we have AI governance efforts at this point. So keeping on top of all these things and be able to have them well-resourced with your team is quite difficult. And I think those are kind of the central things we're seeing. And then another big one is also this general erosion, I think, or challenging of this multi-stakeholder approach to governance or policy making. So whether it's at the national level or the regional level or the global level, their CSOs are kind of not able to meaningfully engage and be a part of the decision-making process or be able to input. And there's kind of a lack or a closing of mechanisms that are inclusive and transparent for civil society to be able to engage. And this is problematic because we're seeing then these state-led processes, or an increasingly tendency towards state-led processes that then don't include the expertise and the advocacy points of civil society, including those that are most impacted, including those that are on the ground and have the knowledge that's needed to make effective decisions and frameworks. So I think that's kind of a high-level point. It could go on for a long time, but I think I'll stop there.
Great. No, I think you've hit on many of the points that we're going to dive into deeper during the conversation. And, I want to say just on that last point you made, this idea that when civil society isn't able to put their input, I really want to emphasize that that's not just a disadvantage to civil society who wants to have their voice heard, but to the process itself. And it itself is weakened by the lack of the expertise that civil society and real experience that civil society can bring in. You've hit on some of the things that I think everybody is going to want to come back to eventually as well on the main challenges that we see in the space, which unfortunately are shared, I'm sure, by all of us on the panel and many of you in the audience as well. But I'll turn now to Jason. And obviously, for those that don't know the Global Network Initiative, although I think most people at IGF do, it represents a unique coalition of civil society, academic, investor, and private sector stakeholders. And we'd like to hear more, Jason, about how GNI ensures that diverse perspectives and priorities from all these members are effectively integrated into your strategies for online and human rights protection, and maybe give us a concrete example of successful collaborative efforts that you've engaged in. Thanks.
Yeah.
And welcome to Alex, who's joining us. Already introduced you, Alex, so you're with us.
Thanks so much, Peggy. It's a pleasure to be here. Really glad to be a part of this panel, to be here in Norway, to be back at the IGF. Hi to everyone in the audience, both in person and virtually. So I appreciate the opportunity to share a bit more about the Global Network Initiative, GNI, and kind of how we work and how we try to create space for and amplify the voices, in particular, of a really diverse range of stakeholders. As people may know, GNI is a multi-stakeholder organization, so our membership it falls into 4 categories. We call them constituencies. So we have academic members, we have companies, including Google, we have civil society organizations, including Global Partners Digital, and we have investors as members. So it's a very big tent, but it wasn't always that way. When GNI started about 17 years ago, it was a relatively small set of mostly North American and some European organizations. But today we have over 100 members from every populated continent, and we've really made some significant strides to put the global in Global Network Initiative. And that's been very intentional. We've worked really hard over the last decade to reach out to organizations of all types in all kinds of different regions, to be very conscious of the issues that we focus on, the spaces that we curate, the events that we attend, in order to really demonstrate our desire to be a part of a truly global conversation and to bring a diverse range of voices into those conversations. So it's been a really it hasn't been straightforward or necessarily easy to grow the network the way we have, but we've been, we think, quite successful, and really appreciate the sort of range of intelligence and viewpoints and experiences that new members have brought into GNI. So that's really part of what we are about, is trying to build this space, this trusted coalition of organizations that can come together and address difficult challenges in the tech governance realm, and we bring our members together in various ways. We do learning sessions. We have a bespoke accountability process for our companies, and we've made efforts to expand the opportunities for members from across the world to participate in those assessments that we conduct. We also try and go out into the world and attend other events like the IGF, but also regional forums like the Forum for Internet Freedom in Africa, the Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum, regional IGFs all over the world, and hold sessions with our members and with other stakeholders and partners in those settings as well. In terms of an example, I guess one example of how we've grown the network in a way that I think hopefully is having impacts in jurisdictions outside of North America and Europe is the work that we did to bring MTN, the South African telecommunications company, into GNI MTN has been on a journey for several years now, and I think has worked with a range of actors, including, I think, the BTEC project, to understand their responsibilities under the UN guiding principles and other frameworks, and to really build out their own approach to human rights. So they've developed a really robust human rights statement. They joined GNI in 2022. Their transparency report has gotten much deeper and much more detailed. I encourage folks to take a look at that as an example of a really good technology company transparency report. And they are now going through their first GNI assessment. And that has created a lot of opportunity for them to kind of look inward at their systems and policies and understand better the risks related to their business operations, the jurisdictions that they're operating in, and to get important feedback from a wide range of stakeholders through GNI. So I'll stop there. I'm happy to talk more about any of that as we go through the rest of the panel.
Great. Thanks, Jason. And it's really good to hear about the growth and the way that you've been able to do it. I think Ian had already raised the difficulty, and sometimes there's a commitment to a multi-stakeholder approach, but actually bringing everybody into the room is one of the challenges, and doing it in a meaningful way. So your experience in doing that is really good to hear about. I think we'll need to come back a bit more on some of the challenges, including in terms of some of the disincentives for companies to do it. But we're going to actually turn to Alex now, who's got very direct experience with these challenges that companies face in navigating the space. So Alex, if we could hear from you a bit about the significant technical or operational challenges that Google faces in mitigating online harms while simultaneously respecting freedom of expression, including in response to national contexts and government requests. And after that, you get 2 questions. The second is how you're also working to incorporate feedback from civil society organizations and human rights experts into your policies and practices. Thanks, Alex.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. And thanks for bearing with me on my travel from Oslo to Lillestrøm. It's a good question, and I appreciate the framing, because really the challenge is about how do you prevent online harms while you are respecting human rights, in particular freedom of expression, privacy, non-discrimination. And so just to censor is not what's difficult. What's difficult is to ensure that you're respecting rights while you are trying to take a tailored approach to removing content that is harmful. So in particular, the 2 things I want to flag are, one, sort of the speed and scale. That is sort of a policy challenge, and it's also obviously a very kind of operational challenge. The amount of content that we have being uploaded to our products every day means that the volume is high, and we need to figure out ways to address that at scale. And so we're using, obviously, there are human moderators that participate in that process, especially for content that requires human kind of context to understand. But we use AI, and we're increasingly using AI to help us do that faster. So again, scale is always, and you'll hear all the companies say this, scale is a challenge. And so figuring out how to address that scale in a responsible way remains an ongoing challenge that we are always sort of iterating on how to do better. The other piece is really the complex regulatory environment, which means that a few things. One, we need safe harbors in order to do this work effectively, to make sure that we are able to implement content moderation practices that are effective and kind of iterate on our policies. And so one is safe harbors and ensuring that we have regulatory protections in order to allow us to do that. The other piece is about sort of ensuring that we don't have obligations for general monitoring or for sort of pre-scanning of content, because that leads to censorship and over-removal. So again, that's the type of provision that we hope not to see in regulations, but we do continue to see sort of over and over. And So ultimately, and I guess the other piece is sort of conflicting regulations from around the world. And so as we're a global company, our services are offered everywhere. And so we are always working to figure out sort of global approaches to how we address the scale of the problem, while also figuring out how to navigate the sort of really complex global regulatory environment, where certainly many well-meaning governments are in this conversation with us trying to figure out how to address the problem, but there are some sort of regulatory protections that we need in place, and also to ensure that both governments and companies are respecting rights as they're doing this work. In terms of how we engage stakeholders and take feedback, there's a few things I'd say. On the largest scale, there's, it's important for companies to show up to venues where our stakeholders are so that we can participate in conversations with them and make sure that we're hearing from them in that context. So things like IGF, venues like RightsCon, showing up there and being part of the conversation and hearing what the concerns are from stakeholders, those sort of being present is an important thing for us to do at those large venues. Then it's about being part of organizations where sort of more curated versions of that conversation is taking place. So GNI is being a member of GNI and engaging in GNI is a really important way in which we do that as Google, a place where we have core stakeholders that are talking about these issues and the trade-offs all the time. And then specifically, just Google as an individual company, we have programs in place, part of the human rights program, as well as along with our trust and safety colleagues, ensuring that we are doing regional stakeholder meetings and stakeholder meetings with our sort of global colleagues as well, to make sure that we're hearing directly from experts in the field about what's happening in their region, what their experience is with our products, how things are working or are not working, and ensuring that that feedback is going directly to the teams that are drafting our policies, enforcing our policies, and building our products.
Great. Thanks very much, Alex. I mean, I think this area of stakeholder engagement and what works and what doesn't is one of those that we have to keep iterating and improving on. We did a BTEC paper on this that people might want to refer to with sort of the 5 key principles. But one of the things we found talking to all of you is that there are good practices and there are ways to improve, and that I think there's still a lot of work to be done. But we need to move over, and I'm really glad to have with us another perspective coming from the European Commission, SFS. We'd really like to hear about sort of the how does international cooperation play in the European Commission strategy to protect online human rights, especially with countries and regions outside the EU, and how that might contribute to the WSIS Plus 20 process, and how you're looking at the EU's role in this important space. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Peggy. Sorry. I am very glad to be in this panel, the European voice in the panel. Digital and human rights are an absolute priority for the EU. We've been working on it for a long, long time. We have focused especially on getting agreements at the global level, including the Global Digital Compact, the Declaration for the Future of the Internet, etc., that really commit states and critical actors to respect digital human rights, not censor the Internet, not doing Internet shutdowns, etc. There is a very important achievement that we did in the Global Digital Compact that commits states in the UN not to shut down the Internet. At the same time, there is a gap here. We have done a lot of analysis, also engage academics and civil society to help us understand what's going on in the ground when it comes to states using the Internet for control. I think that we are in a new stage where the Internet is not only controlled, but it's used for control. And what we see is a very depressing trajectory. So there is this gap that it's very puzzling between the diplomatic achievements that we are managed to do in committing global actors, very powerful global actors, to respect fundamental freedoms online, and what's going on in reality. So this is it's very damaging. This is a diagnostic that we have on the table. We have engaged in several funding exercises. We have the Global Initiative for the Future of the Internet that has a project that we call Internet Accountability Compass that will help us precisely analyze this gap of, what we are committing into and what's really going on in terms of digital repression. And this is extremely, extremely important for us. Every time that we engage on human rights and digital dialogues with countries, we bring up digital depression. That's very important for us. When there is a big event, an internet shutdown, we engage in public diplomacy as well, in Iran, in Jordan, so we have call out for internet shutdowns there. And there is a lot of investment as well. So we have, for example, projects like protectdefenders.eu, which provides funding in case of urgent need for journalists and other civil society actors. We work a lot with you, Peggy, right? So we have a lot of funding and projects in common, one on internet shutdown, several funding projects that really aim at empowering OHCHR to play a critical role in this field. So yes, this is all going on. We are very much aware of the funding situation. There are a lot of internal discussions within the EU how we can step up our role in that area, because we feel that this is going to be really dramatic if we don't act soon. Of course, discussions related to funding are always extremely delicate in any public administration, and it's not difficult, but I can assure you that we have achieved some successes already, and more funding will be flowing. Whether the EU can cover all the funding that is being extracted from those organizations, it's of course an open question, but it has really sent a signal that the EU should step up, I would say. So on the WSIS plus 20 review, this is very important. It links with what I was explaining at the beginning, that we have actually achieved a lot of things when it comes to UN discussions about states committing to defend digital rights, etc. But then when we see, it's a bit puzzling. WSIS plus 20 review will double up on those efforts. So what EU member states have discussed, and this is how we will go to the negotiations of the outcome document, is to really take stock of the rise of digital authoritarianism. This has been presented by our ambassador to the UN already, so acknowledging that digital authoritarianism is on the rise, and this has to be acknowledged. And then, based on that, propose what we aim, what we hope will be unprecedented language at the UN level in the WSIS plus 20 resolution on digital human rights. So this language, it's still object of discussions, internal discussions. We will probably publish a non-paper with that language that, again, we hope it's not part of any UN resolution, because the challenges are so high that we need to move up. Part of that language will be, for sure, going much more concretely into statements that protect journalists, civil society, etc., from digital repression. But that's our aim. It's a public aim. It's very ambitious. It's very difficult to achieve and pull off, but we, of course, count on like-minded partners and stakeholders who will need to be participating very intensively in the WSIS plus 20 resolution to do that. We think that the context is really the good one, so that we can achieve at least that. But again, the reality might be different than whatever the outcome document of WSIS declares. So important to bear in mind that gap.
Oh, thank you, Esteban. It's really interesting to hear your comments about the disconnect between where we get to in terms of international commitments and what we see in the world. And I think we feel that on the financial side as well, where the demand for action, for work in this area just grows exponentially, but we are facing some of the challenges that you mentioned. I want to look back just quickly to Ian, and then I'm going to have a question for everybody, and then we're coming directly to you all quickly. Ian, I wanted to ask you, when you look at collaboration from a civil society perspective, what is civil society looking for? What does it need from governments, tech companies, and other stakeholders in order to advance human rights protection? Where have you seen good collaboration happening?
Great. Well, I just want to say that there's a lot of great collaboration already on the table from these individuals and from their remarks, so I just want to acknowledge that. But also, I think at the end of the day, the most impactful forums are going to be those that truly shift power and resources back to civil society and allow them to engage. So from governance, we've already alluded to this, it's ensuring that those policy processes, whether it's national, regional, or global, that they're actually inclusive, they're bringing in those voices, that there's input that's received, it's acknowledgement, and there's a feedback loop as well. So that's key. I think also funding we've hit on already is a key metric, and also kind of recommitting to human rights obligations themselves, of course, when things do happen. From companies, I think that they can really operationalize their commitments through transparency and access. That can come in a variety of forms. It can come to access to data. It can be on their impact assessments. It can be enforcement practices. Also can be this kind of iterative multi-stakeholder engagement with groups that are in different regions that are more at risk. Those are going to be key as well. And I think they kind of lead to this co-design and co-development of policy and governance and frameworks that we want to see. And I think for more multi-stakeholder coalitions like GNI, and again, these things are already very much being done, is there's definitely a collaboration deficit that I'm seeing. So there's a recognition that we have challenges, but really there's not always structural support then to address them. So what you need to do is then champion equity in partnerships, as Jason was alluded to. It's bringing in voices from the global majority, the global south, and civil society as co-leaders that are then engaging in advocacy and agenda setting, not just kind of tokenism. It's facilitating access to knowledge and sharing that so that engagement can be effective and realized. And it also, there's a need to do this to kind of like build a gap of trust, I think, among stakeholders across different areas. Because without it, we're going to have a situation where the structures don't support everyone and there's no final effective impact. And it's, again, this symbolic means of doing things. So I think that's kind of a cross response there, but yeah.
No, that's great, and I think it's really important to make that point that it's got to be intentional. You have to put the resources and effort into it if you're going to really make things work in a more global way, like Jason talked about with GNI. So before I turn to the audience, I do want to ask one sort of lightning round question of all of you, because you started off, Ian, by noting that we're navigating this human rights field in the midst of two really oppressive almost pressures from both the securitization side, where all that matters is the cyber crime convention, as we showed, looking, and David Kay was just talking about how we make exceptions for anything that may be, relevant from the national security side. And then I think even more prevalent now is this rationale around the competition, innovation, economic side, where anything that stands in the way, and human rights are sometimes seen as obstacles or barriers to come over, means that companies and other stakeholders, including governments, seem somewhat less invested in answering some of the questions we're asking today than they have been, for me at least, at prior IGFs. So I wondered how you're looking at that, and when you get that type of pressure that, why should we focus on doing it the multi-stakeholder way and bringing in civil society, and why does it matter to make sure that we're building in human rights within the digital tech work that we do, given that we have these competing tensions around national security and the need for greater competition and effective innovation? Give me, your 30-second answer to that that you use, which I'm sure comes up quite frequently in everybody's lines of work. So maybe just to go this way. Start with you, Alex.
Never comes up for me.
No, never.
I think, you just hit on these things that are sort of part of my internal and external conversations every day. From my perspective, and what I say to my colleagues inside the company and my stakeholders outside, is we have to be able to we have to figure out how to, and to focus on all of these things at the same time in order to achieve national security interests, in order to focus on ongoing innovation and have competition in the market. We have to ensure that human rights is integrated across those conversations and remains a priority. States have a duty to uphold their obligations to human rights. And so it is imperative that they, in those conversations about regulation, about how they use AI as part of their public sector, ensure that they're upholding sort of that obligation. And companies also have a duty to do that too. But I think sort of there's a role for everyone, and it is imperative that governments do it first in order to sort of set the stage for all of the other actors to be able to show up and do their part. Companies are providing technology to governments for national security purposes, and we need to know that governments are thinking about their human rights obligations in the context of when they're procuring that. So I think there's a lot of good guidance out there. BTEC has done some of it already in thinking about procurement and how companies should be thinking about their human rights obligation, but really, we have to do all of them at the same time.
Great, thanks, Alex. Ian?
Yeah, I think just building on what Alex said, for me, when I'm speaking to governments or any other stakeholder, I kind of challenge them to say that, actually, I don't think human rights approaches and outcomes and security or whatnot are even potentially even opposing things. They can be very much mutually reinforcing concepts. They can support one another, so to kind of fold them in is kind of a creative way sometimes to Trojan horse to get kind of this funding, which is essential. And I think that really what it comes down to is then, as well as that, you do need, as a final point, civil society in the room to bring that expertise, to bring the knowledge and the know-how to be able to arrive at these solutions. So it's kind of challenging and rejigging the narrative, and then also ensuring that those people are at the table.
Great, thanks. Jason?
Yeah, I mean, I guess two things. One, taking a step back, I just had sort of an interesting kind of mental moment because, Steve, when you were talking, you said digital repression, and I heard digital depression. And I think that's because of the comments that we heard initially from Ian and just generally how a lot of us are feeling these days, which I want to acknowledge is real. So we're dealing with both digital repression and digital depression. But I think it's really important to remind ourselves that, and this audience probably doesn't need this reminder as much as maybe others, but that the internet is still an incredibly vibrant and critical space, especially when you compare it to offline mediums for free expression and freedom of association and assembly. And that's something we sometimes forget, right? We can look at the annual Freedom House, Freedom on the Net reports, which are excellent, and see this trend towards declining freedom. And it's real, and we have to acknowledge it. But if you compare offline and online realities for people in even and maybe especially the most repressed places on earth, there's a real reason why they cling to the social media spaces, the open internet, that they are able to access, whether it's finding cracks through the repressive laws in their country or using anti-censorship technologies to get access to the open internet. And we don't have to look far and just look at the example of Iran today to see that reality. So I want to just kind of infuse that sort of optimism or hope that there is still something worth fighting for. There's a reason why it's important to have these important statements from governments, even if they're not always living up to them in practice. There's a reason why we continue to get together in these multi-stakeholder settings to talk about what we can do, even if it's easier sometimes to sort of give in to cynicism and digital depression. So not an answer to your question, but something that I feel like we needed to kind of just remind ourselves of.
Very helpful. Essen.
Every time that there is a legislation that deals with digital in the EU, we strive, of course, to find the right balance between security, between all these elements. The legislative process in the EU, it's a complex one. The Parliament is involved, civil society. There are a lot of consultations, the Council, the Commission, there is a proposal. So it's a very complex, almost miraculous way of doing legislation that yields something like the Digital Services Act, which is perhaps the cornerstone of our digital regulation right now. That, as you well know, it's an all of society approach. That's what we call it. The legislation itself has pieces that are aimed at involving civil society into the process of governance of the platforms themselves. There are transparency provisions. Users can complain about takedown of content, etc. So the balance that we found in the legislative process when it comes to the Digital Services Act, we think it's extremely valuable. Of course, we are pitching it to our partners globally. Bearing in mind that each region, each country has its own approach, but so far I think that we have managed to find that approach. That is something very important for us in the EU legislative system, which is the Charter of Fundamental Rights. So whatever legislation we put on the table, whatever proposal it's on the table, it needs to comply with the Charter, and having that Charter as the ultimate element that frames everything that we do in the EU, but especially on digital, has been very valuable because in the end, it shows us a path towards finding that balance correctly.
Wonderful. Thanks so much. So I'm going to jump quickly now to our audience to see if any of you have any, we've provoked any thoughts from any of you that you'd like to put on the table or any questions for our panel here. I'm not exactly sure how the tech here works. It looks like there's microphones alongside. I think you probably need to go to one of those. If anybody will give me a thumbs up that that's how we're supposed to do it.
Yeah.
Yes? Okay, I see movement. Looking forward to hearing the comment of the gentleman. Nope, he's just leaving. Bye. Anybody want to come in? Trust me, we can keep the conversation going amongst ourselves. I know these guys, but happy to hear from you. I know it's a little awkward to have to get out of your chairs. All right, I'll come back to you all. So I think Jason did something good, which is I think it is one of those spaces where it's important for us to look for good examples and to put ideas on the table that we think are things that we want to see replicated. So if you had to just give me an idea of an incentive or something that you think you want to see more of that you've seen, you know, either in a particular context in which you've worked, give me some good examples that we can leave our audience with today. Alex, can I start with you?
Yeah. I mean, I think, well, one thing I'll flag just because maybe it's top of mind and recent, and because it hits on some of the DSA things too, is I think GNI and DTSP, who's another organization that works with companies around risk assessment and harms issues, convened a Risks and Rights Forum in Brussels last month, and that was an opportunity for all of the companies who are members of GNI and DTSP, who are also VLOPs and VLOSs under the DSA, to come together and have conversations about the assessments that are now public and all of the information that's in that. And so to really kind of, we have a lot of actual sort of artifacts that we can discuss and talk about the challenges and what people want to see more of from companies. And so I think fora, where we have a lot of sort of material that we can talk through and have really like open, transparent conversation between civil society and companies, is like, that was I think it's a really excellent example of how we can kind of, we have a piece of regulation where it's in action and talking amongst the stakeholders about what's working, what's not, and how we can improve. So that's just a recent one that I think is really pressing, especially for companies in particular.
Great. No, I think that's really an important point, Alex. And to me, it also gives rise to something that I often think in this space, which is that evidence-based, that idea of going beyond the general conversation to really talk about some specific case studies. Something went wrong, putting what went wrong on the table sometimes and unpacking it and figuring out how to do better is really important. And I know within our work where we do peer review amongst companies similarly situated, we have some really, really frank and useful conversations that can push things forward. But you can't do that if you stay at the 10,000 feet level. Ian?
Yeah, I think I think I want to mention the kind of precedent of modalities and process and procedure that we've seen. So in the AHC, the negotiations of the UN Cybercrime Convention, in both a formal and informal way, there's kind of evidence, even if the final output wasn't what we would have been looking for, that you can use this kind of existing basis moving forward in other forums. So the modalities of the AHC was a bit more open for civil society and others to engage and provide input and have that be taken in and speak for the UN, which is great. And then also informally, there's a brain trust organization group that was working with companies across stakeholder lines to kind of advance our central aims. So I think that those two examples have been used then in other UN processes and forums to kind of replicate it, to then build in a more multi-stakeholder approach to things, which I think is excellent. And also a selfless plug, which is GPD is now working for the WSIS review, coordinating the Global Digital Rights Coalition, working with CSOs in the Global North and Global South, which you've seen as good practice, and other stakeholders. So we'll be doing that moving forward. So another positive note to hopefully end on.
Great, thanks. I'm going to skip over you, Jason. I'm going to go to Esteve because you already put yours on the table. I'll give you another chance, though. Go ahead.
So, in April, we organized a global multi-stakeholder conference on what we call the governance of Web 4.0, which is essentially the impact of AI, quantum, etc., on the internet. So that global impact of those very powerful technologies, blockchain, etc., into the global internet, not the governance itself of these technologies. This was a very well-attended and very intense conference, and there was a very prominent human rights angle. And what emerged from that is actually a series of principles that were object of consensus or rough consensus among the conference participants that basically set the ground so that we can continue being optimist in the context of this future internet, which is, the stakes are much higher. right? What you can do with AI in terms of repression is massive. What you can do with AI in terms of freedom of speech and liberation and analysis of bureaucratic processes so that you empower citizens, etc., it's also massive. So what we set up after that conference were this series of principles that set the ground to, well, while we see the future internet emerging, if we want to continue seeing the internet, because this is not a given, the internet, it's what we make out of it, right? If we want to make that space to continue to be a tool for self-expression and for freedom and for democracy, etc., these are the principles that we think we should follow. So this was very, it leaves us with a lot of optimism because it was relatively easy to, of course, not every stakeholder was in that table, but it was relatively easy to come up with a series of principles that would chart a good path. So this is also impacting our position in the WSIS plus 20 negotiations. We will bring up these higher stakes when it comes to these very powerful technologies impacting the internet, that if we don't set things right, then things can go massively wrong very, very easily. And we hope that this is acknowledged in the UN context as well.
Great. Back to you, Jason.
Yeah, maybe just mention one other collaboration across this table. The Rights and Risk Forum and the work we're doing on the Digital Services Act and also trying to think about how we continue to ensure that not just the risk assessments under the DSA, but those under the Online Safety Act and other digital regulations remain consistent with the UN guiding principles and broader international human rights frameworks. But also, we've been working recently with GPD to empower civil society voices from the global majority to be more engaged in the WSIS process, precisely so that we can support the kinds of initiatives that it sounds like the EU is eager to put forward and make sure that these are not just seen as sort of Western approaches that don't resonate and have support across the world. Just today, I think we'll be publishing a series of reports from the partners in 9 different countries. We've done workshops at lightning pace over the last 2 months around the world with civil society actors in these different countries to help inform a wider audience and involve a wider group of stakeholders in the input processes to WSIS. Obviously, that work will continue over the next several months until the end of this year when the WSIS process concludes. But I think it's really important to emphasize WSIS as, being here at the IGF as just such a critical moment for this community, given that all of these new technologies are creating opportunities for governance to go in different directions, and that direction could learn from and build on and incorporate the sort of multi-stakeholder human rights-based values that we have successfully collectively pioneered as a community, or they could go in a different direction. And so it's really a fork in the road, not a phrase that I like to use anymore given the way it's been misappropriated, but I think it's a critical time for us to be here together at the IGF, and I really appreciate all of the panelists here sort of speaking about how we can continue to work towards that WSIS outcome that will sort of reinvigorate the multi-stakeholder approach.
Great, thanks. And you jumped ahead again, which I think is really good. It shows we're on the same track, because the next thing I wanted to ask, and I don't see anybody lined up at the mic yet. Maybe somebody back there. Please come over and do it. I'll throw out my question too, and I'll let you all choose. A number of you have focused on the difficulty sometimes in making sure that both the resources and the engagement is happening as effectively outside of Europe and a global north context, and figuring out how more can be done both to reap the benefits of digital technology, but also to make sure that the tools and resources needed to have the types of conversations and engagement that we need in places without as many resources, how we can better make sure that that is happening. So wanted to get your thoughts on that, but turning to our colleague here first, please.
Thank you. Alejandro from Access Now. And I think very related to that comment is what are the accountability mechanisms for these type of partnerships, especially when you're working in the global south and it's very easy for global north actors to disengage when these type of partnerships are happening. So in your experiences, what are those accountability mechanisms that we can create?
Great question. Thank you very much. So I will maybe just Jason, you want to start on that one? Because you're doing quite a bit.
Sure. So I think accountability can take a lot of different forms. To Alejandro's question, I think there are, in GNI, for instance, we have an accountability mechanism that is built in to hold companies to the commitments that they make, and that's a process that involves sort of very detailed review of internal company systems and policies with independent assessors. And as I mentioned at the beginning, we've been working really hard to sort of build more opportunities for a wider group of GNI members to be a part of those conversations. I think at the sort of multilateral level, the question of accountability has always been a somewhat vexing one. The Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights plays a very important role in calling out where states fall short of their commitments, but more tangible legal processes are lacking in many contexts. We do have, obviously, committees related to different treaty bodies that can produce reviews. We have the Universal Periodic Review. We have the special mandates. So it's not a barren field, but it is also one that is not that still could be sowed with, I think, more seeds. I don't know. I'll stop trying to torture that analogy. And I think for some of these other spaces, whether it's the IGF itself as a venue for collaboration or the WSIS process, the Global Digital Compact, it's an open question, right? How do we ensure that not just the states that are producing the final text, but the other stakeholders who are committing themselves and involving themselves in those processes continue to carry them out? Part of it involves being at places like the IGF where we can continue to sort of stand on stages and have to answer to audiences about what we've done since we made these commitments. Part of it involves, I think, funding and being able to have support for watchdogs like Access Now and others in civil society. So it's going to take a lot of different tools, but I think at least in this space, we have forums and venues like this, which we sometimes take for granted, but I think we need to double down and sort of reinvest in.
Esther, you want to say a few words on accountability side?
I think what we have witnessed already, but we will continue witnessing, is the abuse of digital legislations, and this includes also potential UN instruments. And really to hold states accountable for not abusing those digital legislations, you need a civil society approach, because this will be very difficult to trace. It will be untransparent by definition. If you don't get journalists, civil society activists, etc., to call out those abuses, it's going to get very difficult at the global level to trace that, because again, we are having this legitimacy gap between what it's written, the safeguards, etc., and what we see in practice. And there is a fundamental problem of complexity and transparency that either you engage the multi-stakeholder community to tackle that, or we will simply not know.
And I think that's a lead-in for you, Ian, to both look at the accountability question from a civil society side and the role that it plays.
Yeah, I mean, civil society can play a key role in, as was noted, serving as kind of a watchdog or an observer even, and one that can then bring the issues or problems to light to the broader community, I think is a central component and one that's kind of overlooked in a way. And I think that when you're speaking about accountability in general, a lot of this comes down to transparency, openness, and decision-making in the processes and what's been done and moving forward. And this should not just be a one-off event, as been alluded to. It should be done in an iterative and ongoing way and in different manners. So I'll keep it short and sweet.
And Alex, on your side, the company side?
Yeah, I mean, I think at least for GNI companies, Jason hit on a key piece for us, which is the independent assessment that we have as members of GNI. And so that's a key way in which we are looking to ensure that we have accountability for our commitment to principles, the GNI principles in particular, and then obviously being transparent about our commitment to the UNGPs and how that manifests across our products. That looks like qualitative transparency about what our policies are, quantitative transparency about how we're implementing them, or enforcement measures, et cetera. And that's not just for global majority, that's the entire world and how we're enforcing that. Obviously, we have the Digital Services Act in Europe, and so that is a sort of beginning entree of what sort of a risk assessment, a report that becomes public can look like. And so I think we're all learning about what the value of something like that is for the purposes of accountability in a regulatory setting as well.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good point, and thanks so much for the question, because I think it's one where we really are learning now, and I think that's an important thing to say. How useful are some of these tools going to be? Do they provide the value that we need? I think Ian's point about the transparency piece is absolutely crucial, that without transparency, we don't get to accountability very easily, but I'm sure there's more we can do, and I'm sure Access Now will help us to figure it out. So thanks so much for the comment. And I'm getting the signal that we're going to have to draw the session to a close. In doing so, I really want to thank those that are responsible for the organizing of it, which was not my office, but Christina Herrera from Google and Erlingson from Adapt, who brought us all together today. We're very glad to have a chance to talk through these issues with you. I hope you come away from it with some good ideas on potential collaboration, comments that you want to follow up on in the course of IGF going forward, and obviously feel free to reach out to any of the panelists to get more information on some of those good practices that we've discussed. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Can you hear me now? I can hear myself. Okay, good. That means you can hear me. Well, good afternoon here from beautiful Lillestrøm. This is the traditional annual coordination session organized by now 177 national, sub-regional, and regional and youth IGFs. For the record, my name is Anja Gengo. I work at the IGF Secretariat, and I believe the majority here is aware that the Secretariat has been entrusted by now this very large, robust network of NRIs to facilitate the coordination and to take care of the sustainability of the NRIs collectively as a network, but of course to also recognize the NRIs at an individual level, work with colleagues who of course have their autonomy to ensure that their processes long-term are successful and as such sustainable. Every year, annually, we take stock of what we have been doing the past couple of months, and particularly we focus collectively what we want to do in the months to come and in the years to come. Of course, the last time we met in person and online on this occasion was just a few months ago, around 6 months ago, at the IGF in Riyadh. But I think in the 6 months period, we managed to, as a network, produce a lot. And as a result, the NRIs as a network will have a very nice representation here at the 20th annual IGF meeting. And in addition to that, given the very important year for internet governance or digital governance, I of course refer to the 20th review of the World Summit on the Information Society, with that the review of the IGF mandate by the General Assembly in December this year. The work of the NRIs has never been more important, and the NRIs are aware of that. So there is, as a network, there is also a collective position that is now captured in a document on the NRIs in relation to Business Plus 20, and how the network sees the processes of the World Summit on the Information Society evolving over the past 2 decades, and especially what could be the objective for the years to come for digital governance beyond 2025. We will be speaking about this quite a lot. Of course, this topic will be cross-cutting the 3 NRI collaborative sessions that are hosted throughout this week, and the NRI's main session, which will specifically look at multi-stakeholder approach to digital governance going beyond 2025. So that will be a very interesting opportunity to hear how the world thinks about where we are now with these processes, and especially the way forward. This is an open dialogue. That is the format. We would like to understand what in the past couple of months the NRIs have seen as the most important in terms of their work. What were the challenges? The point is always to exchange practices and to learn from each other to become better. So I can certainly start from the Secretariat, and I already said quite a lot. But my question to you would be, in the thinking since Riyadh IGF, when we last time met, and this is of course a question to not just you in the room here in Lillestrøm, but also a number of NRI colleagues that are with us online through Zoom. What did you see as the biggest challenge with respect to your processes? Were there changes, especially from the global level, that impacted you at the local level and your multi-stakeholder processes with the national or regional or youth IGFs? This is something that the Secretariat would like to learn more about, just to understand whether that can inform the course of our action, especially as we are moving toward the Business Plus 20. So that is the question. For the Secretariat, where is the change? The change certainly is this framework of Business Plus 20. Very much we're focused on our future and what we need to do here and now for that future to be informed and to be directed in the direction we want which is toward the internet that is unique as one, robust, sustainable, accessible, affordable, safe, secure, resilient as such. And last year we spent quite a lot of time, of course, focusing on the fact and the realization that the UN informed officially that, for example, as a system, the world is behind on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, in addition to being very much focused, attentive, and contributing to the adoption and then implementation of the Global Digital Compact. But I think this year we have even bigger agenda with the WSIS Plus 20. And so I put the question then for all NRI colleagues, from your experiences so far, what do you see as the biggest change and as the biggest challenge so far? I know that many of you have hosted your meetings already, some for the very first time. And it would be really wonderful to hear what are the lessons learned. Is there something that where we can help each other? And precisely if you have suggestion what the Secretariat could do, or the IGF as a structure, together with the MAG, together with the leadership panel, I think it would be a good opportunity to hear that, and then we will convey to the relevant authorities to see if it's possible to go into the implementation of that possible objective. So that's the question. Happy to repeat it if possible, but it's a warm exchange of the experiences so far. And whoever wishes to start first, I'm going to ask you maybe to raise your hand here in the room or in Zoom. I am following if we have any hands raised. And then you will be given the floor to speak. Jennifer, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Anya. My name is Jennifer Chung. I'm now speaking on behalf of the Secretariat of the Asia Pacific Regional IGF. Always happy to start us off. Our colleagues, gather thoughts as well. I think there are three main things, especially when you're thinking about it from a regional IGF point of view. So the first thing is, I remember at the end of last year in Riyadh, all the NRIs came together in a main session looking at the evolving role that we all play in the multi-stakeholder process and models and the dialogue as well. And since then, the 6 months, there's a lot more clarity about what we're going to do. Because back then it's a little bit of an existential question that we were asking, hey, the IGF mandate, the global IGF mandate, it will be renewed. Will it be renewed? Perhaps that is it. But then for the NRIs, all the 170 plus NRIs that we are very organically arranged, organically created. And it really speaks a lot to the work that we do at local levels, national levels, sub-regional levels, all of that. And the youth initiatives too. So that's the first thing, the existential question. The second point that was a very big impact was a lot of NRIs, of course, don't have their meetings so early on in the year. Actually, throughout the entire year, there's a huge calendar of different NRIs, and usually it informs as well, both ways, both the NRI agenda and also the global IGF agenda. This year, because we're here in Norway in June, a lot of NRIs really try to shorten their preparation time, which actually is quite a heavy lift, a heavy ask from a lot of NRIs who mainly we're volunteers. We're not paid people to be able to put on something that's actually quite resource consuming. So that's one thing as well. And the second thing is the topics that we pick as well, right? We are very much influenced now because we are in the WSIS Plus 20 review year. So many NRIs who've already had their meetings, including, I think, Eurodig had a very good consultation on that too, as well as others in other regions, really tries to get input from the NRI communities around the world to actually opine on what they want to see as WSIS Plus 20. Now we have a lot of clarity because the Elements paper came out just on Friday. So I think going forward for NRIs who will have their meetings after the global IGF, that also will inform us, we have some clarity on the consultation dates, for example. I think this gives us a really good opportunity to be able to galvanize our NRI communities to be able to input further into the WSIS Plus 20 review, which is extremely central to a lot of our meetings. And the last thing I want to touch on a little bit more is, again, it's a sustainable funding issue for all of us. I think when we look, and we talked a little bit about it this morning during the IGF Support Association session, how can we look at sustainable funding, not just of obviously, very obviously, for the global IGF, but how do we look for sustainable funding and the sustainability, longevity of our own NRIs? And I think it puts a very big question mark over our head, because not only, a lot of CCTLDs, so the country code top level domains, they support very much the local and the national meetings, but that is not enough sometimes. We need to look into other donors, for example, maybe private sector, maybe big tech, other things, local donors. And if they have a question mark over the head regarding, if they don't understand, if the global mandate doesn't renew, for example, if they don't quite understand, then they would ask the question, what is the value for us to keep on giving you this, money to continue your meetings? So just three things I wanted to stop here to see how other colleagues also react to this. But I guess from the Asia Pacific point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jennifer, and to the APR IGF. Any other interventions anyone would like to come in? I am also inviting our Zoom colleagues. So one of the challenges, yes, wonderful. Yes, let's go to Nazar, please, and then Carlos.
Thank you so much, Anya, and thank you so much for everybody who is attending this session. And my name is Dr. Nazar Nicholas Kirama from Tanzania IGF, and I also sit in the East Africa IGF. And this year I was also appointed or selected as a member of the Africa Internet Governance Forum, and we happened to host the Africa IGF this year in Tanzania. And on the side of the challenge that we have had as national IGF and East Africa IGF, for example, this year the calendar was too short in terms of preparations. We were squeezed between the national IGF, the regional IGF, which is East Africa IGF, and Africa IGF. So the time limitation was so much, because in the previous years we used to have a very good framework in terms of organizing national, regional, and other sub-regional IGF. So the challenge this year was really time, and we are very glad to be able to pull off these things, because the time was so tight in terms of making sure we meet the deadlines for the global IGF. That is number one. Number two, this year, as you may well recall, we have had 3 points that we need to connect: the IGF plus 20, the WSIS plus 20, and the Global Digital Compact. So the Digital Global Compact and WSIS processes, all these, most people were not very aware in terms of how they bring this together, because the challenge is how do we proceed going forward? Do we merge it and make it a one single United Nations agency for all these three, or how do we proceed with that? So that has been a challenge, but just like my colleague Jennifer said about the WSIS elements, that has been very helpful for our colleagues back home and in the region, where we can see now the pathway for how we can make our contribution until the meeting for the to approve for it to become permanent, or to continue the mandate of the IGF and the WSIS plus 20. And the WSIS. So that is one of the challenges we have had, but I think human beings are very elastic in terms of thinking, but we wanted to make sure that no stakeholder, either at the national level or at the regional level, is left behind. For example, in Tanzania, we're going to have the national review for the WSIS plus 20. on the 3rd and 4th to discuss how, as a nation and stakeholders from Tanzania, what is their position in terms of renewing the. We know we are supporting the renewal of the mandate of the IGF, but the WSIS Plus 20 and the Global Digital Compact. How do we establish a common position as a nation going forward? That will be my 50 cents, contribution for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nazar, and congratulations on all the activities you indeed managed to put within a very compressed timeline. Let's go to Carlos from the Ecuador IGF, and then we're gonna take other interventions.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Carlos Vera from IGF Ecuador. I think one of the best example of good practice we can share is the NRI model itself. We work globally, we work regionally, we work locally. And we have this kind of meeting. I'm very happy that I heard from several ministers today saying that they are going to reinforce the multi-stakeholder model. And that's what we need now. And we need also to have working the financial model. Funding from, for example, the Internet Society Foundation is essential for us to be here. More of us are volunteers. So we need the support to maintain our local IGF, our regional IGF, our presence here. So in the multi-stakeholder model, maybe in the IGF, maybe in the Digital Compact, I don't know, the next model, we strongly support the multi-stakeholder model for work in the way we are doing. Thank you very much, Anja, also for your great job. You need more help now.
As the numbers are growing, I do feel it, yes. But thank you very much for really excellent work. I think the NRIs have proven their values, and it's been like that for years now. But I like, Carlos, what you mentioned before we go to Agustina about funding, building on what Jennifer also said. From the perspective of the Secretariat, as you know, we have cooperation with different stakeholders who are interested and see it as necessary, really, to support the NRIs in kind or financially as well. And the past couple of years, there are very few, unfortunately, still, but extremely valuable stakeholders who have established the processes of grants so that the NRIs can apply, actually, through a formal process for a financial grant. One of them is, as you mentioned, Carlos, is the Internet Society Foundation. Of course, the IGF Support Association, and Jennifer is with us from the Secretariat there. But I have to say, what I've noticed, especially last year, is the increased effort from the German Development Fund, the GIZ, in supporting the NRIs. We've seen that for the past couple of years, and we had wonderful collaboration with colleagues supporting the NRIs in the African region. And now that is expanding, so that's an update from this year. We're now working with colleagues who are interested into cooperating more, including supporting the NRIs in specific regions. So for this year, the focus is the Southeastern Europe as well as the Central Asia. And for us, that's a very important step. And I just wanted to put this on the record in case there will be also other stakeholders with means to maybe follow these really good practices. Because investing in the NRIs really means investing in people, bringing back to people, as these are people-centered and people-led processes first and foremost. So with that, I want to give floor to Agustina from the Argentina IGF.
Hi, thank you, Anya. Well, first thing is the news. We relaunched the IGF Argentina this year. I'm the coordinator of the IGF Argentina. And one of the challenges that we faced was first getting the government involved. It was a little bit hard for us to get people from the national government involved. We have 2 members of parliament who are part of the IGF. Like 1 month ago, we got the executive branch involved, but it was quite challenging for us. And the other thing that I want to share with you, we also had some challenges, faces some challenges on having the private sector involved, especially with funding or, I don't know, sharing their experience and be part of the IGF. Like civil society and academia, we were all in, but it was really hard. And one thing that I'm seeing is that, so for you to know, we are 20 members, half, so 10 members, half of the IGF committee, I call them like the old ones because are the ones that have been in the IGF like for several years. But then we brought new people with new discussions like Bitcoin. We have a person who's leading an initiative on Bitcoin for women. We also wanted to, because people usually in these fields, at least in Argentina, the ones that were leading the conversation were not that young. So we have 30% of the committee member is youth. And one thing that I want to address, and I want to ask you maybe for some, I don't know, advice, is I saw at the beginning everyone was like, yeah, we should do it, we relaunch it, we are all in power, we are like, yeah. And now, you know, it's decreasing. So how do you keep people involved and working, knowing that it's not their primary work and they do not get paid, so everything is volunteer? How do you do that? Like I see several initiatives here that have been for several years now. And in Argentina, they had one 4 years before the pandemic, before COVID. But then it kept on breaking, kept like not going. So how do you do that? Like get people involved, working without being paid, and how do you get funds? I know Anya just mentioned, but also we cannot depend always on donors. So how do you manage that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agustina. I think we have here Nigel from the Caribbean IGF, and then we're going to go to Mahendranath, and then to Kato-san. Nigel, please. And then to Mary, yes. I think the microphone doesn't work. Can you hear, Nigel?
Not hearing me? It's on?
Julian, yes.
Are you hearing?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, good. Yes, I was saying thank you, Anya, for calling on me because I will try to answer Agustina's question in terms of what I am going to say because we are trying to exchange good practices here. And one of the things that we at the Caribbean IGF always sought to do is to have some impact, some positive impact. And I would say, the very short answer, Agustina, is if people can see that they're having impact, they would continue, and that would draw others in as well. In our case, in the Caribbean, from the outset, we decided that, you know, we rather than just say talk about the issues and so on, we would try to record what were some of the agreements that came out of our meetings in terms of ways forward. So we created this document we call a Caribbean Internet Governance Policy Framework, which we've updated as time has gone on. We've had like 4 editions now, they last in 2024. And what we found is that as people realize that maybe there's something going on here or something growing here, we've been able to get some sponsorship from the technical community, from the IGF, from ISOC and so on, to continue what we're doing. So the impact we want to have is on ICT policies in the Caribbean. We are lucky in the sense that my group, the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, is an intergovernmental organization. So we have we do have a kind of a link into the governments. So what comes out of the CIGF, we could put into government policy spaces. So that's not the case for all of us. But still, I think what we should do is try to measure the impact that we're having. And when you get something positive happening, you make it known. And that tends to attract others that are coming in as well. We realize that we have a little shortcoming in terms of measurement. We could point anecdotally to things that we've done, but we are now, again, getting into better practices of establishing some measurement systems as to that we will keep current in terms of measuring the progress we are making on various things. So that's what I would suggest for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nigel, for sharing this concrete practice coming from the Caribbean IGF. Let's please hear from the Mauritius IGF. Mahendranath, you have the floor.
Thank you, Anja. Yeah, I'm Mahendranath Basgopal from Mauritius IGF, and we are also working within the Indian Ocean Islands as well. And thank you, Anja. When we hosted our Mauritius IGF in April, in the first week of April, I knew we had difficulties in looking for funding. But luckily, we had one or two corporate sectors who helped us in taking forward the Mauritius IGF. And the theme that we went for, it was artificial intelligence. And the good thing that I would like to share at this meeting is that after our AI meeting, the government of Mauritius decided that we need to go forward with AI. This is what the government is doing. And the other thing is that for this IGF 2025 meeting here, I have the pleasure that the President of the Republic of Mauritius is accompanying us. It is very positive, and I think that what Mauritius IGF is doing in Mauritius and within the Indian Ocean Islands is quite positive. I would like to thank Anja for the official opening ceremony. I think, Anja, when you talk at the opening ceremony, it was quite positive. Even the press, everybody just talked about it, saying that the UN IGF from Geneva is hosting us and is together with us. And the other thing that I would like to add is that we are going forward for the School on Internet Governance in August, first week of August, for 2 weeks. So this is quite positive. Within the island and within the Indian Ocean Islands, we are taking forward the IGF agenda and everything that we can do. Thank you, Anja, for all your support and help.
With great pleasure, Mahendranath, and thank you for the incredible work in such short time. Mauritius IGF became really big process, not just a mere event. So we are always really grateful and honored to be part of it. With that, I'm going to turn to my left. No, I'm going to stay on this side to hear from Mary, and then we're going to go to this side. Mary, please.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
All right. In terms of experience sharing, I want to say that the West Africa, okay, my name is Mary. I coordinate the West Africa Internet Governance Forum for the records. Okay. One of the things that has happened in West Africa is that we've gotten the attention of the parliamentarians to be part of the West African Internet Governance process. So they have this year they made a declaration and is on our website, declaration by the parliamentarians, the West African parliamentarian on IG. So they are now interested, they now know. So it's not we talking to ourselves any longer, but the parliamentarians we have gotten their buy-in. Secondly, we're working with the government or the administration of West African states, that is the ECOWAS. And so most of their parliamentarians are here. And thanks to the funding that the GIZ has provided and the IGF Secretariat as well, thank you. And so we are increasingly seeing interest to host our meetings from one country to the other within the West Africa region. And most of our funding, the heavy lifting of our funding comes from the government of the administration or the country. That's one. At the national level, we will also, because of in the involvement of the parliamentarians, the parliamentarians that are in the IG network is pressing it on the ministers, ministers, because we had ministers attend our meetings, and they have colleagues, parliamentarians. So Nigeria is hosting the secretariat of the parliamentarians. So, and the parliamentarians are those that decide the budget for the country. So in doing that, they were able to push the ministers to be able to fund, put in budget for the IGF. I mean, the national IGF and the regional IGF. So that's increased funding we have seen. And they are also reaching out to other funding agencies to see that we are doing well. So I think if we involve them, if we involve our executive arm of the government, as well as the MPs, we will see an increase in the participation. And also, we specifically wanted them to be there to know about to go vote for the renewal of IGF mandate. And that was what was our aim, to make sure that we bring them, they get their buy-in, and so that when they get there in December, they'll be able to vote. We have not had our national IGF, but we did a webinar. So we're going to do another webinar involving all the stakeholders, so that we'll continue to press on the fact that we need to renew the mandate of the IGF. And those are the things that we are doing in West Africa and in Nigeria. So you may want to take a cue from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mary. Let's go maybe to Kato-san, to Japan IGF, and then we're going to take all the speakers from here.
Thank you, Anya. My name is Masanobu Kato from IGF Japan. If you ask one particular or biggest challenge for Japan, unfortunately, it is still the question how we can draw the attention or interest from general public to the IGF matters. How to explain the importance for participation to IGF, and we are still struggling on this. Probably you remember that we sponsored or hosted Kyoto IGF a year and a half ago, and where we invited the Prime Minister, 3 ministers, and many executives from companies and so on. I thought IGF became very popular. Many newspapers put articles on this, but unfortunately, some of the newspapers said that IGF was about AI governance. Anyway. After Kyoto, unfortunately, we probably lost some of the general interest to the IGF activities. It is our fault. We couldn't explain continuously about the importance of participation to this kind of international, event, also, we are trying to organize more formally about an IGF Japan, which is still, going on, and took us more than 1 year and a half to have more formalized, the incorporation of the organization in Japan. And this is simply because, currently Japan IGF are, hosted or supported by those who are older people, knowing the real issue here, but they still have their own issues and their agenda and so on. It's very difficult to have one united group of people in Japan. So that's where we are right now. And this is not just the negative side. I like to mention some of the things we are doing right now. One thing is, several months ago, we started to have monthly study discussions, where every month we pick up some of the issues surrounding digital policies and so on. Also, last month we hosted the Japan IGF meeting as a preparatory meeting for the this meeting, and where we talked about topics which may draw interest or attention by general public, such as child protection from digital or SNS, also issues surrounding online gambling, which became very big issue right now in Japan. And some of you may know this well, but online gambling coming from outside of Japan. Japan is in general, gambling is prohibited. So online gambling is not possible in Japan in general. But they can bet money to those online gambling sites outside of Japan. So this became a big public issues. So we put emphasis on the importance of this kind of discussion through IGF in Japan. Also, in that session, we talked about the future of IGF and a kind of awareness and the learning process for general public about what we are discussing at WSIS and the GDC and so on. Where luckily we invited speakers outside from Japan. Many from ICC basis participated, and Amrita from India representing civil society. So these are the things we are trying to connect Japan to outside of Japan. Also, pick up some topics which may draw the interest of the general public. Let us know, if we can improve our activities more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kato-san. And you're coming from a very unique perspective, I would say, in the recent time. But it would be very interesting to hear also from other colleagues who had this experience of their government hosting the IGF, how it reflected on the national IGF. From our experience, especially in the past couple of years, it is precisely the national IGFs that are the drivers of processes for hosting, I would say. And they often have a very active role as a program committee or steering committee within the overall host country process. And that's been a new practice, but I think they've just been recognized by the host government as a great asset that can help to prepare a meeting. So with that, we're going to hear from our colleague Julian from the Colombian IGF and the LAC IGF.
Thank you, Anja. My name is Julian Casasbuenas, and I am the coordinator of the Colombian IGF. And now I would like to present some of the things that we are doing currently that has been evolved very much in the last years because of all this work that we have been doing. We try to meet every month, so we are about to reach our 100th meeting for the Colombian IGF, and the annual meeting this year will be the 11th version. So in this process, we have implemented mechanisms where every month, we try to convene these meetings with different stakeholders to ask to moderate the sessions. So every time is not only those that are coordinating, but also different actors that can participate and get more linked to all the process and reinforce the importance of the multi-stakeholder model. Also, we try to get Colombian IGF involved in different international calls and submit observations in internet governance processes, as well as the Global Digital Compact or the WSIS consultations, and also to participate in the Latin American internet governance forums. Or even local activities. So support for the dissemination of the initiatives of the Colombian IGS, such as the annual forum, events related to internet governance by member stakeholders, as well as sharing the work for the local initiative in international spaces, such here at the IGF, the LAC IGF, and ICANN meetings. So what this process brings us to a point that we are trying to continue the discussions with previous meetings and try to bring these themes into the intersessional process, not to select only those themes, but also to continue in the work. And this year we plan to organize our agenda based on these meetings that we are doing during the year. So what at this moment our challenges are to continue to make sustainable the process, looking for support from different organizations, and also to include more actors, not only from the main cities in Colombia, but also in the rural areas. So this year we want to provide scholarships, but also to make at least one activity outside of the forum, of the annual forum. So I think that's a challenge in a way that probably will work to convene people that are not yet linked to these processes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Julian. Yes, let's go to Kasun and then to Kosi.
Okay, thank you, Anja. Good evening, all. So I'm Kasun Vikramasuriya representing Sri Lanka IGF. So we have initiated Sri Lanka IGF in first time in 2016. After that, we have initiated in 2017. After 7 years of silence, we have hosted it in last year, 2024 IGF Sri Lanka. So for the IGF Sri Lanka, we are mainly focusing multi-stakeholderism as we discussed. For that one, we have used major keys, 5 segments we have discussed last year. For digital inclusion, technical IGF, that's in focus in the universal acceptance and also localization of internet and the women's side. And also we are focusing the digital inclusion side, focusing the citizens with disabilities and how they can utilize the internet. And also we have focused digital economic side too. So, and also following the multi-stakeholderism, we have used several key multi-stakeholder segments to conduct and moderate the specific sessions. Another challenge we have identified is how we can go to the grassroots to make them aware our peoples about the internet governance, what internet governance is and how they can involve with the internet governance process. So with that one, we have utilized so many strategies. So we have arranged preliminary session series prior to the internet governance main forum in Sri Lanka. So another strategy we have used is that preliminary sessions we have bounded with some other key programs, such as we have organized preliminary session series in line with Global Encryption Day celebration in Sri Lanka. And secondly, we have arranged the preliminary session bind with universal acceptance celebration in Sri Lanka. So those are the key things we have used to make our people aware about internet governance and go to the grassroots levels. Another challenge we have identified is how we can execute the decision what we have taken at the internet governance forum. That's one key challenge we have identified. Other than that financial challenge. So those kind of things I think we have to collaboratively discussed and we can get the decisions how we can execute with the policy implementations by the government sector, and also the challenges we have get the other segments such as private sector and the technical sector participation. Those things I think we have to focus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kasun. Kosi, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm Kosi Amesino. I come from Benin IGF. It's for we the occasion to recognize the support we receive from IGF Secretariat, technical support, financial support also. Also, IGFSA support also our process each year. It's very important for us. We know IGF is not the space for decision maker, but we will not make decision there, but we have more idea to bring policy on table for our digital space. It's important for us this time to have more private people on the table. We have government, we have civil society, we have some technical issue, we have academia, but private people are not more there. And that is the challenge we have today to improve. We need more support on that. We need more collaboration. Discussion between all the stakeholders is very important to build the good internet ecosystem for our countries locally. That is very important. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Kosi. Lillian, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Anja. I'm Lilian Chamorro. I am the coordinator of the Secretariat of the Latin American and Caribbean LAC IGF Forum. Well, we right now continue preparing our LAC IGF for this year. We have our last LAC IGF at the end of the year in Santiago de Chile, and we are preparing the 18th edition of the forum. We made an open call to define topics, and we already have the topics defined, especially considering those that are so specific for our region as environment and sustainability and human rights. We renewed our workshop selection committee and made a call for host organizations, inviting all the sectors and countries to postulate. I know we are defining the host country for our annual event. We are something that is important for us is that more people know what is the meaning of internet governance, because we think many people maybe is not involved in the discussions because they don't understand the scope. Then we are implementing mechanisms and practices to give more visibility to the discussions and to bring in information for people to understand the meaning and scope of internet governance. We are working on a communication strategy with which we intend to create more information for different actors and also about the entire internet governance ecosystem in the region. Talking about challenges, additionally to the difficulty to find funds for doing an event that can receive more than 2,000 participants, I think we need to strengthen intersectional work and the regional collaboration from different actors and from different NRIs in Latin America. We are trying to implement mechanisms to be more in contact and to have more information of the NRIs in our webpage and in our diffusion mechanisms like news and things that we spread in our networks. And that's what I want to say now.
Thank you very much, Lillian. Let's take two more comments, or maybe three. And then for the conclusion, I'm always eager to hear from the NRIs that have hosted their meetings for the very first time this year. So Declan, I would like to give you a heads up for later. I think it would be good to hear how the Ireland IGF went, because we went to an extent through the process together. You really kept us in the loop, and I want to thank you for that. So I would like just to hear major takeaways at the end of this session, if possible. In the meantime, let's hear from Ihita from the Indian Youth IGF. Then we're going to have Yao from the Benin Youth IGF, and then we're going to have Pio from Myanmar Youth IGF.
Hi, am I audible? Yeah, perfect. All right. Hi, everyone. I am representing the Indian Youth IGF. I'm Ihita Gangavarapu. Since we're exchanging a lot of best practices, I just wanted to tell as to what has been happening in India in the last 7 years since we formulated YIGF in 2018. So what we focus on mainly, I think somebody had mentioned impact. We are really focusing on impact because I think that's one way we'll receive a lot more support. We run two critical things. One is, of course, the annual forum that brings together intergenerational conversations. We also have a fellowship program. So the idea is that young people who are already fairly mature in the space should also be given a platform to get even more mature and understand what are the different dialogues that are happening and help them not just work in silos, but bridge that silos and those gaps. So what, over the work that we've been doing, the impact aspect is how do we influence the current policy making that's happening at the national level. So there are open consultations that the government of India opens up, and we are ensuring that young people send out policy briefs or they give out their inputs. So we are advocating very strongly and are influencing these consultations that happen either in the regulation sector, in the standardization space, or even in general from a capacity building standpoint that the government launches. In addition to this, I think what the issues that we are facing, I think the last few years is, of course, sponsorship. It's a very critical space, and the kind of, even though there is impact, I don't know, we're trying to find ways on how this translates to, let's say, a business value to private sector, or it would translate to something that the government would be even more interested in to support us. Because one variable that falls out here is the leadership of youth IGFs that keep changing year on year. That's one. The other thing we've realized as a challenge is that not being able to incorporate a lot more diversity than we could, because India has a lot of languages, economies, cultures, also being conducive to different types of genders that are out there, right? Then somebody also mentioned private partnerships. One thing I would say that has really helped us through all of these challenges is partnerships, but the private sector involvement is fairly low. Partnerships have really stood out, especially to reach out to sectors or regions in the country that have very low, let's say, internet penetration, or have penetration but are not really using it to the optimum, or are not aware of cyber hygiene. So we have run a lot of partnerships over the last 2-3 years to reach out to young girls who are, using the internet but are not understanding how safe, they can actually make it to be. Then the other important thing that we are looking for is some kind of, I wouldn't call it necessarily media coverage, but some kind of a coverage of the type of work that we do. If any of the NRI initiatives have been able to kind of get this kind of coverage done earlier, then I think their support will help us influence the type of work that we're able to do in the country, and maybe influence other stakeholders also. So there's more impact and more partnerships that we are able to drive with sectors that are currently not involved in the space. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ihita. Let's hear from Yao.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you. Yamogo. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. So I'm Yao from the Youth IGF Benin. I thank everybody for their contribution regarding the action of good practices. I have I would say two questions, questions I wanted to brought to your considerations. One is, in terms of good practice, how could we learn from all the NRI network, how we better engage private sector in terms of getting them to actually long-term, like funding the initiative, for partnering with involving them into sessions and having sort of contributing to the capacity building activities we are doing during our different initiatives. They join sometimes. But then when it comes to actually asking them to sponsor in terms of giving support for money or in kind, it's sometimes difficult for them, I don't know, maybe how we frame it, to see the added value in giving funding to us. So for those who have been successful into securing substantial funding from private sectors, how have you been doing this? So this is something the youth NRIs need to learn from, how to do it better when it's come to raising funds. So, because we have different issues in our countries, and the strategy to raise funds might be different, but there might be some common ground in how we do it better. The next thing is they're related to the way the youth NRIs are functioning, that in this cycle of changing leaderships, how do we make sure that we maintain all the good practices that have been, good work that have been accomplished by the volunteers, so that even though the leadership changes, the work progress still remains, and those who come after will do better from in terms of contributing to the overall work and making sure that our contribution has been meaningful in terms of policy implication and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yao. Pyo?
Hello everyone, this is Pyo from Myanmar YGF, and I noticed that lots of colleagues from the UNI network have been shared their challenges and experience. But so far, from the perspective as an independent youth initiative from Myanmar, we would like to share some example that we have done for like a 4 year, continuing as a independent youth initiative. As a volunteer organizing committee member, the first thing what we have done for the first year, after the first year forum, is that we raise a co-funding by ourselves. for the next year forum. Of course, it wasn't a very big amount, but we could facilitate the virtual setting forum at least for the second year forum. And then after that, we're trying to reach out to the potential organization which can support us for the third year forum. Because as an independent initiative, we have a challenge of legal registration, and as you may know, it's very difficult to apply the funding without having any legal registry. So I think from our perspective, there should be the organization which can support the youth initiative and NRI who are running, who are trying to support and facilitate the forum as an independent initiative, or they should not have a barrier to host a forum as long as they have a passion, and regardless of not having regardless of the legal registration on one hand. But there's another point of view that I would like to mention here, that as long as a committee member have a passion, we can host a forum at least in the virtual session, right? So even though it's been like a full year. This is our full year to facilitate the activity related to the IGF Myanmar, but we transform it into the workshop series this year because of our limited resources. We can do whatever we can do based measuring our limited resources, and why. I mean, we can step back if we have a very limited resources, like transforming the workshop to continue as our activity as a youth initiative or the NRI. That is a good example and the practice, I guess, that I would like to share here. As long as you have a passion and you have a passion to contribute and support for the community, that would be very great, that continuous in any kinds of activity that you can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pio. We have 3 more minutes until the end, and we want to hear from 4 speakers. So let's see how skillful our speakers are. I want to give floor firstly to Tijani through Zoom. Then we're going to hear quickly from Declan. We have 3 more comments very briefly. I'm going to ask maybe for 2 more extra times from our colleagues in the technical domain, and then we're going to wrap up. Tijani, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Anya. Tijani Benjama from the North African, and I am speaking on my own behalf. I think that this is a coordination session for the NRIs, and the NRIs will coordinate what they are doing together. And what we are doing together is these sessions in the IGF. So I propose that in the future, at least part of this session would be dedicated to the assessment, evaluation of our performance of the past year. We should try to find what kind of effect our sessions made on the general attendees in the IGF. How was our performance? How was the content that our speakers gave? How was the moderations we did? Of course, we will not speak about persons, we will not speak about names, but we have to be aware that we need to improve our process, and so that for the upcoming year, we will not make the same mistake if we made a mistake. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tijani. Declan, you've hosted the Irish IGF, if I may notice, it's a very exceptional venue. So I'd like to see what was the feedback from the community. How do you see the future? What was the biggest challenge, very briefly?
Very briefly, hi everyone, my name is Declan. I'm the coordinator for the Ireland IGF. As Anya noted, we just hosted our very first event several weeks ago, and the feedback has been exceptional. We're very happy and we're very encouraged for the future. We particularly, I think one of the main successes was just the wide array of stakeholders that we were able to bring together. We ended up actually getting a government minister as well to give a keynote speech, as well as getting very prominent figures in the civil society and academia to also take part. I think a lot of that a success is attributed to the organizing team. We made sure that the organizing team was also very diverse and that they could also have these connections as well within the different stakeholder groups who might not know about what the IGF is, but having those connections from the organizing team, they were able to sort of go out and advocate for very prominent key figures to take part. I would say that one of the biggest challenges, there were the normal challenges that seem to be recurring, so identifying funding, explaining what the IGF is to the general public. But I'd say one of the biggest ones that stuck out to me was because everyone was very eager to participate, our agenda was very, very broad and very wide, and it was somewhat difficult to fit in 5 panels and 2 keynote speakers and a lunch all in one day. But we were able to do it when we only went about 2 minutes over time. So we're very, very happy about that. But I think moving forward, we'll try to be a little more targeted with our overall theme and with our the selected panels. But to me, it's also a benefit or it's a strength because it did mean that there was such a wide range of people who wanted different topics discussed. So we are very encouraged moving forward in the future.
Thank you so much, Declan, and looking forward to see the continuation. So I have a signaling from the technical team that we have to conclude. So Abdel Jalil, Sarai, Toko, if you can be quick in 30 seconds, more than happy and looking forward to your remarks. Okay. I promise I will not take time for the conclusion.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Anna, for the opportunity. I'm Sarai Falopote Vita from the Pacific IGF, from the Pacific Islands chapter. So I just want to comment hearing some best practices from the colleagues here. And I think we have the same, but just want to name 2. The challenges we're facing, and we have the same challenges getting the fund, but the most important thing of the opportunities of giving out there and sharing and advocating what the IGF is. Getting the buy-in from the government is one of the important things that for us to do. And also for us as coming from the technical background, we know the technical architecture of this thing of IGF. So we are the ones as well assisting the political and the policies people to push through the IGF. So my point here is it's a collaborative work, and it's for us that know what to do that helps and impacted others. It's something that we need to work together with. So that's my 2 cents, Andrew. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Sarai. Abdel Jalil, very briefly.
Okay. Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you so much, Anya and dear colleague. So my name is Abdel Jalil Bashar Bong. So I'm coming from Chad. I'm coordinating the national IGF of Chad. So happy to learn the different experience. So my comment is that about collaboration. So here in Chad, we have a good collaboration with government and private sector also. So coming for this funding sometimes difficult, but we have some strategy to do it. We prepare our budget. Sometimes we receive funding from IGF SA or Secretariat, but we go in directly to private sector sometimes, like the mobile operator, to tell them this is our budget. We don't need physical money, but for example, taken from for the food or the printing or the media. So sometimes this kind of collaboration. After that, we put their logo and our publication, and sometimes they have some session also to this kind of collaboration will help also. And the other side also for the NRIs can help the countries like coming not online only for the IGF, but for the internet space also. Like we say that chat are not in GAC. We say as how we can help that to bring like chat in ICANN, chat like in CCNSO, so in ITU also. There's a lot of things that as NRIs can become a key platform to help the national uses also. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Abdel Jalil. I have received a final warning, I think, from the technical team that we cannot take more interventions. I am very sorry, but we have 4 more sessions of the NRIs on various topics as of tomorrow. So let us please continue there. I use the opportunity to also invite you to join, I think, what could be a very interesting panel at 3:30 at Studio N. It's the Global Youth Summit, where we will have the Australian Digital Ambassador, Meta, speaking with young people from around the world on why putting age verification on social media may be good or not a good thing. So I hope that you can come and support that dialogue, and we can continue also this discussion there. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Lili, ¿cómo está? Permiso. Mucho gusto, Eduardo Marenco de Cívicus. ¿Cómo está? Lilian, voy diciéndole Lili, ahí soy
no,
Lilian.
Lilian está perfecto, sí.
De Cívicus, es una alianza de organizaciones de la sociedad civil global, yo trabajo para la región de las Américas.
Ah, qué bien.
Entonces, me interesaría encontrar algún momento para conversar y conocernos y conocer un poco más como el trabajo que están haciendo en la región.
Sí,
¿Le parece?
excelente, claro.
Si usted me
te doy mi
comparte
tarjeta.
Sí, por favor.
Because I think
well, I mean, as you should, but from our side, we're just going to give fully safe, but it's only going to reach.
No, that's absolutely okay. And it's not. It's just the attitude. Yeah. And I
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the session, Update Required, Fixing the Tech Sector's Role in Conflict. We're going to discuss avenues for ensuring that tech companies respect international humanitarian law, as well as evolving international norms and standards regarding the role of private sector actors in conflict. I have three fantastic experts here that are going to help guide us through the discussion today. Get prepared. This is going to be quite active. We have mics here on either side of the room, so we expect a lot of audience participation, given all the expertise as well out there and online. First, we have Marwa Fatafsa from Access Now. She leads their policy and advocacy work on digital rights in the Middle East and North Africa, and she's written extensively on the digital occupation in Palestine and focuses on the role of new technologies in armed conflicts. We also have Chantal Jordis from Article 19. She is the senior legal officer focusing on platform regulation and freedom of expression in armed conflicts. And we have Kieran Aziz, the head of responsible investments at Norway's largest pension fund, KLP. In her role, she monitors and assesses how investee companies within KLP's portfolios maintain responsible business practices. And my name is Meredith Veit. I'm a tech and human rights researcher at the Business and Human Rights Resource Center. At the Resource Center, we systematically track human rights harms that are linked to corporate misconduct, including for the tech sector. And these allegations come from journalists, whistleblowers, digital rights activists, and workers from around the world. And we've logged over 1,490 different data points related to tech and conflict over the past 10 years. Our data shows that technology companies are now deeply embedded in modern conflicts. We've recorded allegations of companies sourcing critical minerals from conflict zones, some even being accused of financing armed groups. Others have been linked to restrictions of freedom of expression by complying with government-ordered internet shutdowns, silencing internal dissent amongst their employees, or disproportionately censoring one side of a conflict. There are also concerns about platforms amplifying calls for violence through their algorithms, and we've registered serious claims that some tech companies are continuing to supply tools and critical infrastructure like cloud services or AI systems or spyware directly to militaries that have been credibly accused of war crimes. At the Resource Center, we're also seeing that tech companies are less transparent about their operations in conflict-affected areas, when the opposite should be true. They should be more transparent about how they're managing human rights risks in delicate contexts, in alignment with the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. In 2014, we conducted a survey on heightened human rights due diligence with over 104 technology companies operating in or providing services to the occupied Palestinian territories and/or Israel. And only 3 companies got back to us in detail, actually responding to the questions of the survey, making it nearly impossible to actually determine if and how heightened human rights due diligence is actually occurring at all in a context that has long been exposed to conflict-related risk. This astonishingly low 4% response rate from companies is unprecedented in the Resource Center's history. And previously, we had sent a similar survey to tech companies that were operating in Russia and Ukraine, and 26% had responded by comparison. And of course, both of these numbers are abysmally low, 26% and 4%, which means we need more transparency about what's actually going on. Over the past couple of months, we've also reached out to 7 tech companies concerning credible allegations of facilitating war crimes, and only 2 of them have been willing to engage with us and provide further transparency. At the moment, there are more than 110 armed conflicts taking place around the globe, and all of our headlines are covered with various conflicts going on at any given moment. And broadly speaking, across a number of sectors, we're seeing that all too often companies are not just profiting from conflicts, but they're exacerbating them, furthering harm, fueling calls for violence, and in some cases facilitating war crimes and gross violations of international law. We only have a handful of instances where we've seen corporate accountability for aiding war crimes and crimes against humanity playing out in courtrooms and cabinet rooms and boardrooms, whether it's convictions or sanctions or investors diverting funds from those that don't uphold their responsible investment principles. And we're going to talk about a few of these things today, such as governments placing export controls on companies that are selling dual-use tech to maligned actors. There's currently a stakeholder resolution before Alphabet requesting that the company carry out heightened human rights due diligence regarding its operations in conflict zones. And there are a number of Norwegian investors, some of which are here, including KLP and Storebrand and NBIM, that have excluded multiple tech companies for concerns over their misconduct in relation to conflict in international law. And while these examples are incredibly important and noteworthy, and hopefully we surface even more examples during this discussion today, these should not be the exception. Guaranteeing that tech companies are not involved in breaching international humanitarian law should be the minimum requirement. And for the tech sector, we have yet to set a strong enough precedent for accountability for international law violations. As of now, no major tech companies or executives have been criminally convicted for violating international humanitarian law, although there is mounting evidence, and as we know, tech companies are not neutral actors in many conflicts. So we're going to spend the rest of our time today, about 50 minutes, discussing this topic together and diving into more about what's needed for greater corporate accountability for the tech sector's largely unchecked and increasingly powerful and pervasive role in conflict. So we can start off with our expert interventions, and then we'll open up to the floor to talk a bit further together. So first, I'll start off all the way to my left with Marwa, asking her to kick us off. Can you reflect a little bit more on different ways in which tech companies have been involved in conflict, and have we seen any meaningful positive change in regard to corporate behavior in response to civil society or regulatory pressure?
Thank you very much, Meredith, and thanks everyone for attending this session. I will start with the point you ended with, to emphasize on the point that, or on the fact that tech companies are never neutral actors in situations of armed conflict. They exacerbate the dynamics of the conflict and sometimes even drive them or fuel them, particularly in contexts where there are asymmetries of power between warring parties. They can facilitate human rights abuses or even, in some cases, contribute to atrocity crimes. I have been primarily focused on the unfolding genocide in Gaza over the past year and a half, so most of my examples will derive from this particular context, which is important because in some ways it might be a foreshadow to the future of warfare and cyber warfare and the involvement of tech companies, and I'll expand on that in due course. But I can summarize the ways in which tech companies have been involved in conflict in three notable patterns. Firstly, tech companies can be responsible for directly causing adverse human rights impacts that undermine or violate people's rights, including the right to freedom of expression, right to peaceful association and assembly, right to bodily security, non-discrimination, among other rights encoded and enshrined in the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and also economic and social and cultural rights. An example of that is what you mentioned with regards to censorship on social or by social media companies and the systematic removal of Palestine-related content online. The second trend is that some companies indeed can contribute to adverse impacts via third parties, such as, for example, the Israeli government, or could be another military. Companies provide direct technological assistance, products, services in the context of Gaza. This includes cloud computing services, AI tools such as LLMs, facial recognition technologies, among others, which have been linked to egregious violations of international law, gross human rights abuses, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and possibly the crime of genocide, which is pending before the International Court of Justice. And here I want to mention maybe just a few examples. We know, for instance, that Google and Amazon, they have this $1.2 billion project providing a national cloud service or infrastructure to the Israeli government called Project Nimbus. During the war, or the start of the war, those services have surged in demand. So we know that Google has deepened its business relationship with Israel, particularly with the Ministry of Defense in March 2024, and provided with them with a landing zone. They even created, according to
media reports, a classified team composed of Israeli nationals with security clearances, specifically tasked with receiving sensitive information from the Israeli government, and also to provide specialized training with government security agencies and participate in joint drills and scenarios tailored to specific threats. Amazon Web Services also had provided, according to media reports, provided Israel's military intelligence with server farms that allow for endless storage for mass surveillance data that Israel has gathered on almost everyone in the Gaza Strip. And beyond supplying cloud infrastructure, according to media investigations, they have on occasion directly assisted the IDF in verifying targets for airstrikes. Other media investigations show that the use of Microsoft Azure, cloud and AI technologies have also surged up by 60% in the 4 months of the war compared to, for example, September 2023. The same can be said about OpenAI. So this is just to demonstrate that the services they provide are substantial in nature, indicated by the surge and high demand that we've seen across these different companies. And also another point that I would like to mention is that this is not only about providing technological support, but actually providing human resources, trainings, joint exercises. For example, some leaked documents from Microsoft had shown that the Israeli Ministry of Defense had purchased approximately 19,000 hours of engineering and consultancy services from Microsoft. And Microsoft teams had provided on-site, so on military bases, as well as assistance and remotely, to the IDF, including to units called Unit 8200 and Unit 9900, which are notorious for surveillance and military surveillance in particular. A third trend or way in which the companies or tech companies can or are involved in armed conflict is sometimes tech companies can contribute to adverse impacts in parallel with a third party, in this case, with the Israeli government or the military, leading to cumulative impacts. And for instance, a number of tech companies have mirrored Israel's state policy of apartheid and segregation in the way they provide or prohibit or withdraw their services to the Palestinians. One clear example of that is, for instance, Google Maps, which if you use it in the West Bank or in the occupied Palestinian territories, it only treats you as if you are an Israeli settler. So you're only given roads and maps that connect Israeli settlements, but you're not given any roads between, for example, Palestinian towns or villages, putting people at direct risk, safety risk. PayPal is another interesting example where if you are an Israeli settler living in an illegal settlement, you can access, for example, PayPal financial services. But if you're Palestinian, you're deprived of that service, which contributes to the development of the Palestinian communities and economy, something that has been written about by the World Bank and other UN agencies, showing again the degree in which these tech companies, by depriving or refusing to provide their services for whatever reason to communities that are going through a situation of military occupation, for instance, can contribute to that, to the cumulative impact of the occupying power or the policies that they have enshrined in that area. To your question, have we seen any positive shifts? Quick answer, no. Unfortunately, and particularly in the Palestine context, the survey that you have shared in the beginning is really an experience that we share ourselves. We have written letters to and have tried to meaningfully engage with tech companies to point and show evidence, a body of evidence of the harms that they are directly or indirectly contributing to. But most of those attempts has gone unproductively. we haven't gotten any productive answers from the companies with regards to their conduct, or, for instance, they were unable to even answer very simple questions such as, have you conducted a heightened human rights due diligence in order to mitigate and identify and mitigate such harms? There's zero transparency with regards to that conduct, but also even when they do succumb to pressure. For example, Microsoft had recently issued a statement after a year and a half of public mobilization, not only from civil society, but particularly from their tech workers, in which they said, well, we conducted an audit to see whether our technologies have contributed to harm or targeting of civilians in the Gaza Strip. And while we don't have an insight into how our technologies are used by Israel, especially in air-gapped military bases, we concluded that we have not contributed to any harm. And that contradiction in itself shows you how even UNGPs have, when companies say we're going to do a heightened human rights due diligence, that results in a box-ticking exercise where they really don't have any insight or ability to control how their technologies are being used. Finally, I do want to end on a note that I think quite the opposite of where we want to see companies going. There's a surge in increasing militarization of civilian tech provided by those companies. For example, both Google and OpenAI have both quietly dropped their voluntary commitments earlier this year not to build AI for military use or surveillance purposes, signaling their readiness to deepen their ties with the arms industry. Within a month of amending its AI principles, Google signed a formal partnership with Lockheed Martin, one of the biggest defense contractors in the world. OpenAI, which maintains a non-profit status, also announced a partnership with a defense tech company called Anduril to deploy its technologies in the battlefield. Anduril and Meta are also partnering to design, build, and field a range of integrated virtual reality products for the US military. And last week, there was a very disturbing announcement that senior executives from high-tech firms, specifically Meta, OpenAI, and Palantir, are joining the US Army Reserve at a new unit called Executive Innovation Corp in the rank of lieutenant colonels to provide tech advice for the US military. So there we see a trend where not only tech companies are providing militaries with their services, but are actually possibly even combatants or taking an active role in the military, which has implications that Chantal maybe can...
This is a perfect segue. Thanks, Marwa. Chantal, can you tell us a little bit more about, amongst these blurred lines and confusing commitments and changing the definition of what actually is a tech company, what is a defense company, and are they one and the same now? What does the law, hard law, actually tell us when we're talking about international humanitarian law? And what friction exists in applying IHL to companies? And how does this relate to other existing frameworks that should be helping to guide states and companies, like international human rights law?
Yeah, thank you, Meredith, and thanks everyone for joining. I will try, to unpack some of these questions a little bit. I think there's a few interesting developments also that Marwa mentioned. One thing I remember, I believe it was in Washington Post, where there was the headline of the social media company Meta is providing these virtual reality products for the US military, and I was like, well, is it then still really a social network? Like these companies are clearly merging into something so much bigger, and that has obviously been going on for a long time. And also when we look at this increased integration into the military, legally speaking, I think it also raises some quite significant questions around attribution. So we think about, where does it sit, and does it become a state obligation if a Meta executive operates within the military? Then again, okay, he might be a combatant, but also it gives rise to state obligations directly. So I think, there's a lot of questions that are based on the facts that become more merged and become more complicated to answer. Maybe I will first talk a little bit about the legal obligations and then about thoughts when it comes to enforcement. And I think we need to look at sort of both international humanitarian law and human rights law, because in a sense they are different in their application, and although they both apply during armed conflicts, but also in that sense there's different opportunities for enforcement and accountability, I would say. So, for example, when it comes to humanitarian law, of course, it starts applying in times of armed conflict, non-international armed conflict, international armed conflict, and it's actually more sort of used to apply to actors that are also not state actors, so be it like non-state armed groups, but also to individuals, and applying it to companies, it wouldn't necessarily directly apply to a company, but it does apply to individuals that operate within a company when those business activities have a nexus to an armed conflict. And as we've heard now, traditionally speaking, you might be thinking more of a mining company that is on the ground, or a private military security company that is on the battlefield. But with these technology companies, they might have seemed a bit further removed, but they are increasingly so closely intertwined with how these battles are fought with the military that I think there is in many cases, obviously always context dependent and so on, but a relatively easy point to make that there is this nexus to an armed conflict. And so that means that the staff, in that sense, also would also be bound by IHL. And at the same time, human rights law is that we have this very famous soft law instrument of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, which more prominently speaks about human rights than humanitarian law. But in terms of hard law, you would be, it's more established as long as we don't have a business and human rights treaty, international treaty. It's of course more established for state actors. And that also translates in a sense into a bit of a difference when it comes to enforcement. So when you look at enforcement and accountability in terms of humanitarian law, you will primarily think about international criminal law. Or let's say, I mean, I think some people in the humanitarian sector would disagree, because they say enforcement is not only litigation enforcement, but I speak specifically about legal obligations and litigations in that sense. There as well, on the international level, you might be able, under some circumstances, to go to the International Criminal Court. We've seen recently the ICC is at the moment drafting a policy on the Office of the Prosecutor of the ICC is drafting a policy on how cyber conduct might fall under the Rome Statute. And there, you know, at the ICC, you might not have legal persons as such that can be accountable or criminally liable, but corporate executives, in theory, under the very, very high thresholds that are under the Rome Statute, could be liable under international criminal law. So that's on the international level, although probably we still have a bit of a way to go until this is an actual realistic prospect that those are the cases that are actually brought by the prosecutor. Let's see. Let's hope not. On a domestic level, I think not only with respect to tech companies, generally speaking, liability for war crimes for corporate executives is not something where we have a huge amount of case law. There is the Lundin Oil case where we talk about corporate executives potentially being liable for aiding and abetting war crimes. There's also the Lafarge case where it was really the company's liability itself that was at stake. But so these cases are becoming more prominent, but as so often it really depends on the domestic framework. Do we have something like universal jurisdiction enshrined in the domestic criminal code? Is there, again, potential corporate criminal responsibility, or does it only have to go through the individuals? And depending on that, you know what evidence you might need to provide, you know what legal grounds you need to prove, and you can start building a case. Just to finish up, also, of course, human rights instruments in some domestic jurisdictions, there can be a domestic legal obligation in a sense to conduct human rights due diligence, might include heightened human rights due diligence as well. And as well, we have seen cases being brought against companies, for example, against parent companies in the UK over some of their operations in Zambia and so on. And I think that is something where we can learn. How did they bring these cases again? What sort of evidence did they bring? And how can we translate this into the tech sector that is more opaque, probably more intransparent than other sectors that we might be used to.
And this is a great setup for how we're going to open up the floor to questions soon. We're going to discuss kind of what kind of evidence is needed and how can we work more collaboratively to get there. And when it comes to investors, there may be different criteria about what constitutes evidence for investor action. What kind of information do investors typically need, or at what point can investors actually act when it comes to portfolio companies being implicated with regards to allegations of potential violations of international law? Are there any examples that you can talk about from your experience with KLP?
Thank you very much, and not at least for having this conversation, which is much needed, unfortunately. I thought I'll just start by just very briefly give an introduction about how we work as investor and what kind of opportunities we have, and not at least limitations. And I think what I will say is mostly the case for a lot of the large institutional investors. And you know, if you look at most of the institutional investors, they have a long-term perspective because they are investing people's pension and saving money. And when you take the long-term perspective into account, it's just not about the financial returns, but it is also some material risk which lies in a company. And this is where we are trying to embedding respect for human rights into our investment decisions. But most of the investors, such as KLP, we are also broadly invested, let's say, in about 7,000 companies in 60 countries. So you can say that all risk which will be out there, we will have an exposure to that. But for us, our mandate, and this is our journey on responsible investment started back for 25 years, and we got the ethical guidelines, but it was mainly driven by our owners, which, you know, they said that, of course, we wanted to make the best return on the money, but we also want to use that tool in order to make an influence on the companies we are invested in. And this is how we develop our ethical guidelines, which involves 3 important tools we have. The first one is that we engage with the companies. This is the most important tool because in order to express our expectations, but also to hold the company's board and management accountable for a company's performance, both when it comes to financial, but also on ESG. And the second tool is to vote in general assemblies, because this is where you, among many other things, you select a board. And we see in more and more human rights, there are coming more and more resolutions in place in these AGMs, exactly because you want to give a signal to the board. And the third one is that we exclude companies when there is an unacceptable high risk for breach on international norms, IHL, and so on. But I would say that the exclusion is really the last tool we have. But nevertheless, it's a really important tool because it also has to do that we as investors, we don't want to be complicit in these human rights breaches. And even if it started with a journey which was on voluntary basis that we decided the ethical guidelines, but it has been a development, I think, which we can be quite pleased about, that these practices are coming into a legal obligation, such as in Norway, we have a Transparency Act, which demands investor to perform due diligence on our investments. And how do we know that there is a risk within a company? Well, you know, we as investor, we rely on information which is in the public domain, and this could be information, of course, from companies reporting. But when it comes to human rights risk, especially in conflict areas, you would see that there are, I wouldn't say the company's resources or in the information or reporting from the companies is a really helpful tool. It's mostly coming from the civil society.
And this is where when we engage with on these topics, it's just not about engaging with companies, but it also really vital to engage with vital stakeholders. And the UN High Commission on Human Rights and such as yours have done a really great job in very often conducting reports which tells that companies are present in some conflict areas where they have direct involvement. So, and this is where it is challenging because, as you said, there are about 110 armed conflicts, and it's not necessary that we will have an exposure to all of these. There will be few, such as the war in Gaza, West Bank, Myanmar, Yemen, Sudan, to mention some, where we see the companies play a vital role compared to a lot of other conflicts or wars which have been in the present, such as in Afghanistan and so on. But again, I think our challenge as investor is really much about getting information which can link what's happening of human rights violations up to the company's contribution. And this is where we struggle and we really need help from wider stakeholders and just not the companies. And that's one thing. And the other thing is, if you also look at UNGPs, you would see that performing high due diligence is a really core perspective or the core tool, which is we are also trying to implement in our investments. And when you're a passive investor, let's say you invest in index funds, normally companies become part of your portfolio and then you perform a kind of due diligence later on. But what we have done now, by given that it has been so much focus on UNGP, is that we have started to screen companies upfront. We did that when Saudi Arabia came in as a new market in our portfolio. Then we conducted companies upfront before we decided to invest. And also because due to Saudi's involvement in the war in Yemen. And, you know, we have traditionally been used to work with business models which are quite traditional. The expectations which are there, the standards which are there, are very much tailored for traditional business, armed companies and so on. But you see that the tech companies are playing a much more important role. And we are really struggling, we as investors, to get an engagement with the companies at all. If there is an engagement, it's very often that they would just like to give reference to their policies and they are not really interested in discussing the concrete matter. That's one thing. And the other thing is also, but we are seeing that I would say we as investors, you know, we have some tools, but they are limited because we really depend on that the governments that they take the responsibility. And I think this is a development which is sadly in a direction where less and less government bodies are taking their responsibility, and most of the responsibility is left to the investors and business communities. So and when it comes to conflict areas, we try as much as we can, but I have to say that especially when it comes to tech companies, and I think it's just regardless of KLP, but most of investors we engage with, that we are struggling with getting an engagement with the company at all. And then you sit there, you have information conducted from some of the civil society which says that the companies might contribute, and then you're not able to get engagement with the companies. Well, you know, I would say that the proof of burden would be on the company side, because we have given them a really fair chance to express why their involvement should be seen as a contribution to human rights violation or not. And if they are not responding to our queries, then exclusion would be our first choice. It's not that, you know, we would like to do that, but I think this is where it's really important that when we exclude a company, at least for KLP, we give a quite thorough exclusion document, and this is a way to hold companies accountable. But this is also to help other investors to get insight about where we draw the line between what is acceptable and not acceptable. And I think this is also a way to try to put the companies on agenda and their contribution. And we have seen, we excluded, you mentioned in your introduction, we have excluded a lot of companies. And I think it's just that we are transparent about the exclusion, which has really led that more investors have followed our exclusions. And I think it's also important for the companies to understand that, you know, if they improve their practices, they can be re-included. So I think I would stop there, and then I'm happy to address the questions you might have.
And KLP adopts this very important best practice that not all investors do, which, as you mentioned, is this public list and explanation as to why, clearly citing the human rights harms or concerns with relation to international law, which signals to the rest of the market, right, that in order for funds to flow, you have to respect investor principles and policies with regard to heightened due diligence. So we have about 20 minutes left. So now, with the help of our tech colleagues, we'll put a discussion question up on the board, and we'll open it up to all of you. We want to dive a little bit deeper into this aspect of accountability and enforcement, which we've heard various explanations as to. From different angles, we have different opportunities, different challenges. So the question for all of you is, what kind of evidence would lead to stronger enforcement actions against tech companies that facilitate violations of international humanitarian law, international law in times of conflict more broadly? And we can consider this from the different angles that we've tried to open up discussions about, right? From the different enforcers that have leverage over tech companies are states primarily who need to abide by international law according to their obligations. We have investors who also have responsibility to use their leverage with regard to tech companies within their portfolios according to the UN guiding principles. And we have courts. You know, strategic litigation is going to be a very key phrase for the coming 5+ years, perhaps, in order to really push for accountability where we can. So with that, you know, feel free to come up to the microphones on the side of the room. We'd like to hear from all of your experiences or ideas or reflections based on what we've just heard as to what kind of evidence, what else do we need in order to start pushing for more enforcement for this sector?
Any brave souls out there?
Or anyone online as well? I know we have some people tuning in online.
My name's Henriette Esterhuizen. I work partly with Association for Progressive Communications, and actually we've started a best practice forum in the Internet Governance Forum that's actually also looking at some of these things. I mean, I think the kind of evidence that is really useful is the impact, the stories of what the results are. I think there are many people in the investment digital justice space who might not be aware that this is not just sort of bad actions or irresponsible behavior. It actually can affect people's lives. So I think certainly the stories of what the impacts is. And then I think the other kind of evidence which is also important for civil society is, what are the relationships? What are and I know this can be quite difficult to gather this kind of evidence, but in a way that Marwa was revealing partnerships with Lockheed Martin by different companies, I think that's very useful for us as well. I think it's important to understand how those corporate actors operate, not just in relation to one particular conflict, but what is the kind of the ethical backing or lack of it in how they form partnerships and make decisions about what they do where. So I think different types of evidence definitely, I think, could make it easier for us to try to hold them accountable. And please do, maybe Marwa can say a little bit about when it is as well. People that are interested in this topic, come to the Best Practice Forum meeting, which will be later this week on Thursday. I think that's the right time. Thanks
Thursday,
for the panel, very good.
At 2 p.m. Yes, at 2 p.m.
Hi, my name is Monika Ermert. I'm a reporter. I understand it's difficult to engage with the companies. Is there any pathway from using governments to get them to engage? And then, did you try to engage with them to come here and to sit on that panel? Did you reach out to them? Would be interesting to know.
No, we haven't reached out for them this particular forum, but we have. If you look at a lot of the tech companies, I think if they are placed within EU, it would be easier to engage with the governments, and we try to use that. But if you see that Meta, Amazon, all of them their headquarters are in the US, and I think it's very much linked up to the current administration and how they are perceiving. And I think it's just that international law as such. Everything is being challenged at this time. So I think it's very much, I think if you engage with the companies, we saw that it was, at least before this current administration, some of them did an effort, but now it's just like, there are no boundaries for them. And I think it also has to do because they know there is lack of accountability from several places, and there aren't anybody to hold them accountable. And even if I think we as investor we exclude these companies, I think the vital part here is that these companies have so much influence that I think there is, even if it's a really, really difficult path, but I think it's really important that we and civil society, that we are still there and chasing them, even if they don't want to engage, because we have also heard internally from some of the voices which are internally companies that it helps that investors knock on the door.
I just want to quickly add that, the fact that we're talking about mostly and predominantly US-based companies, the Trump administration is taking an extremely protectionist approach to their tech sector. They see it as a sector that needs to be protected against regulation and accountability, and particularly from the EU, or in fact any other state that may use its national jurisdiction to oblige companies to take one course of action or the other. For example, it caught my attention a couple of weeks ago, an announcement, I think from the State Department, saying that they will not grant visas to foreign officials who have mandated, quote-unquote, censorship by these companies. And I think they were mostly referring to the Brazilian judge of the Supreme Court, which, mandated X to take certain action against accounts that are spreading disinformation, if I remember the case correctly. So in such a context, yes, exactly. What do you do? Have we engaged with the companies we have at every opportunity in turn? Not necessarily for this panel, because we know what would be the outcome. They will come here, rehash the same press lines and leave the room. So we can save you and save ourselves that exercise.
And something that we're seeing with regard to power imbalances at play, at the IGF, with so many states here, I think we're also hearing a strong call from all of us in different words that we need states to take tech regulation much more seriously. At the Resource Center, we're constantly reaching out to companies about allegations of harm for a number of different sectors, and the tech sector consistently has a lower response rate than others, like mining or oil or garments. And we think that's because there's less regulation, so there's less pressure. There's been more of a buildup for different sectors and industries over time with relation to business and human rights and states taking action. And for the tech sector, I mean, we see it now within the United States, for example, saying that they want to put a ban for the next 10 years on regulating AI, and calls to try to deregulate in the EU as well. So if we want companies to actually give us the transparency that we need for our societies, we need governments to mandate human rights due diligence and transparency, as we've heard.
I mean, one thought is also, it is also about government transparency, because a lot of times we hear that there are direct service contracts procurement, which is very much a service, again, provided to a government. If you look at freedom of information, access requests, often you would have like a national security exemption. So even starting with, and often for litigation, for example, what you need is really the hard facts. You need the contracts, you need the clause, what exact service provision, what did they say about potential violations of international law. You would even need internal minutes, what, you know, was the executive aware of certain risks and so on. So you really need, of course, I agree that the impact, of course, to prove the impact, and you need this public reporting by civil society, but you also need a lot of information that unfortunately relies often on whistleblowers, on journalists. But again, looking at the fact that there's many governments that attend IGF, I think government transparency is also a very good point to start. Of course, again, questions around defense, national security are prone to find justifications in secrecy due to national security concerns, but it's where accountability efforts can start, and where we can also measure whether states are upholding their own international obligations.
I saw we had someone coming up to the microphone here as well. Yeah, please.
Hi, everyone. Audrey Mokley from Open Mic. Thank you so much for your panel. My question, and you kind of just touched on it, was around to what extent there's a defense of due diligence for these corporate executives or the company itself in international human rights law, and to what extent you would need that kind of evidence of the due diligence being done on the corporate side, and how much detail you would need it. Because I think, you know, we've seen in our engagements with certain companies, they won't even tell us who they hired as a third party to do the assessment. They're very opaque about how the due diligence is being done. And so I guess my question for you is what's the burden of proof there, and how do we place it onto the companies? Is it through the investors? Is it through the states? Thanks.
I mean, around the burden of proof, again, to sound boring, this is always, I think, generally speaking, very much on the domestic law. What sort of litigation do you bring? Is it a tort law? Is it a criminal complaint? So I think that would depend, maybe. And also, again, the burden of proof, the granularity of the information that you have. I will say in some jurisdictions, notably UK, US, there is also the possibility of making the disclosure requests, right, where the judge can then order also the company to disclose certain information that is necessary to be able to actually adjudicate the claim properly. So again, I think one needs to be really quite granular and creative, and really think about all the different means you might have to be able to collect what you need for the case. And then again, it will depend on the exact legal basis, what exactly the chain of causation that you might have to prove, and how you can access that information as much as possible. But it remains a challenge, which is a reality, of course.
I can say from investors' point of view that we work on a risk-based perspective. So for us, we need to know that there is a risk, and then this is why we need to assess how high is the risk element. So I would say the bar is lower compared to if you have to have a litigation in the court. But when that's said, I think it's still important that the evidence which is coming, or the reports which are conducted, that they are done by trustworthy actors, which we can rely on. And I think if more actors would emphasize the same risk, then it gets really clear for us that this is something we need to take into account.
Just to add on what she said, I mean, in the absence of legally mandated human rights due diligence, so if we follow the UNGPs, it's a risk-based approach as well, right? So when you have heightened risk because of armed conflict, of companies contributing to gross human rights abuses and violations of international law, then that exercise, the need for it, also becomes heightened. The problem here is that often companies are left to their own devices, making their own decision whether they should conduct a heightened human rights due diligence or not. And that is often, I think, necessitated by either media scandals or push from civil society. And one example I can give here is Meta's human rights due diligence into their content moderation of Palestine and Palestine-related content in 2021. That was a strong push from civil society and also their oversight board to see whether their actions had resulted in violating human rights, which in the beginning of that engagement, the company pushed back very strongly against taking that approach and saying, we will internally investigate. I think that's the company's favorite phrase to say, we'll take care of that. So they are not independent. They're not, we don't also know who they've talked to. Because some decisions made by companies, for instance, whether to build a data center in an extremely suppressive and authoritarian state like Saudi Arabia, where the company said, we've done our human rights due diligence. But if the outcome is to say, green light this project, then there are, of course, huge question marks raised about that exercise, meaning what kind of questions have they asked? What risks have they interrogated and scrutinized? And who are the people they're talking to? Are they talking to the rights holders? Are they talking to the impacted communities? Or are they just talking to some international NGOs that are not directly linked or really understand the context? Which makes these types of, I would even call that it's watering down what UNGPs were supposed to achieve ultimately.
Okay. I'm given the 4-minute signal. Any other inputs? There is. From the audience on yes.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Sadhana. I just had a quick question on the enforcement front. We heard from the panelists about the relevance of international criminal law and IHL as well. But in situations like in Palestine at the moment, when genocide is so inextricably linked to armed conflict, I wanted to know whether the Genocide Convention imposes any additional duty on private actors and companies to act positively to prevent genocide, and whether there are any enforcement lessons from that convention that might also help us understand how corporate accountability might function where genocide happens in the context of an armed conflict.
So, good question. So I think the Genocide Convention, as you say, of course, there can be a risk to genocide happening, or genocide might already be happening, but the Genocide Convention's obligations are triggered well before we have established whether a genocide is happening in the context of an armed conflict or outside of it. And there is the state's obligations, of course, to ensure also that no one under their jurisdiction would be contributing to genocide or incitement to genocide and so on. I'm not sure. So I wouldn't say it's a direct legal instrument that you can, because it's a state treaty, that you can at the international level at least base yourself on to hold companies accountable. Of course, again, many states have in their domestic legal frameworks also established genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes as crimes, and connected with potential universal jurisdiction clauses. They might be able to pursue companies under those provisions. As I mentioned, as far as I'm aware, I think it's been more war crimes-based complaints, criminal prosecutions, or for crimes against humanity. I'm not sure I'm aware of a corporate executive or a company directly facing genocide charges, let's say, recently post World War II. There was also the Rwanda Tribunal, of course, and so on. But then we talk again more about individual criminal responsibility. But still, I think learning from the cases brought in other sectors and as you say, under crimes against humanity provisions as well is definitely something that we should do if we seek to look at strategic litigation also in the tech sector, I would say.
Mm-hmm. The Genocide Convention, I think, criminalizes. I think the Genocide Convention criminalizes complicity in genocide which I think in the Rome Statute outlines what the modes of liability are.
But basically it says the states should, on the domestic level, criminalize complicity in genocide.
Yeah.
Exactly, so
Yeah.
that's what you need to go through. Yes.
And in looking across different sectors too, I mean, seeing what exactly was it that had the Dutch businessman who was selling chemicals to Saddam Hussein's regime. What exactly was it about the sharing of information about individuals with the Argentinian regime, with the Ford Motor Company case? You know, what are these pieces that we could take from case law and other previous jurisprudence and actually apply it to tech? Because, you know, in sharing names and personally identifiable information, this can translate to sharing names and biometric IDs in the modern context. So we are definitely out of time at this point, so I will just thank our fantastic panelists and for everyone who participated in the audience. Hopefully this served at least as a launching point to spark some ideas and get more people involved in thinking about this, because as you can see, there's a lot of work to be done from all angles. So thank you all so much for your time and for your interventions today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
ready to start? Are we ready to start? Good afternoon. Thanks, everyone. We'll be starting in a few seconds. But so if everyone could take their seat, who's coming to the session, that would be great. Thanks again for coming to our session today on enhancing data governance in the public sector. I'm Judith Hellestein. I'm going to be the moderator along with my online moderator over here, Sarai. And today's session is enhancing data governance in the public sector. We'll have representation from Luca Belli is at the end. He is from the Latin American Caribbean, and he's an expert in data governance. Next to him is Chelsea Horn. She is a professor at American University on data governance, as well as being the co-president of the Washington, D.C. Internet Society chapter. And then our host is Nancy Kanasa with the government of Papua New Guinea, who is going to be also talking about the use case of data governance in Papua New Guinea. And then again, I'm Judith Hellestein, and this is Sarai. And for those who are online, Sarai will be working to get your questions and answers to you, and also maybe to hopefully feature some of you. I will gather questions from the audience, and then we have 2 mics on either side. So when we start the Q&A, we'll ask you to come up to the mic and give your name and what sector you're from. Thanks so much, and let me turn it over to Luca, who will be our first presenter. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Judith and friends, for organizing this panel. I think I will take off my headphones not to hear myself. I think you can hear me. My name is Luca Belli. I'm professor at FGV Law School in Rio de Janeiro, where I direct the Center for Technology and Society there. And over the past years, we have done quite a few research on several topics related to data governance and in the public sector, especially in 2 of our main areas of focus, which is Latin America and the BRICS grouping. So Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, plus the 6 new countries that have adhered as of last year. The ideas that I want to share are directly related to the research we have conducted over the past years. And everything actually I'm mentioning is available in open access on the website of our center, cts.fgv.br, and also on the dedicated website of our Cyber BRICS project that analyzes and compares the digital policies of the BRICS grouping, which is cyberbrics.info. And so the first thing that I want to stress is that I think over the past, especially since the pandemics, we have witnessed a great scramble to digital transformation in most countries, but not necessarily all countries organize it in a very structured and coherent way. And even if we have heard over the past 15 years that data is the most valuable asset or a new asset class, there is this difference between the type of policies that are usually adopted, especially data protection policies, that is essential for digital transformation, but then what happens in practice in terms of leveraging data for digital transformation, especially of the public sector. And here I think that some of the initiatives that we have mapped in the BRICS grouping could be very interesting. One first example that could come to my mind is the fact that China, well, all BRICS groups members, have adopted data protection laws over the past years. But I will get into this in a couple of minutes. Before this, I would like to mention also some interesting complementary initiatives that make the adoption of data protection more meaningful, especially for the public sector. First, investments. And very well-focused industrial policy in China is a very good example, but also investment in innovation. And here I think that India comes to mind, creating digital public infrastructures precisely to digitize public services through open software, interoperable software. And then Brazil has been also leading the path in terms of digitalization of public services. There are now 4,200, more than 4,200 actually services, public services that have been digitized in Brazil over the past 5 years, which is quite a record. Brazil is also investing in the creation of data spaces to make the use of data, local use of data more easy, particularly for the government. And here our research on digital transformation encounters two other streams of our research, one on data protection and the other one on digital sovereignty. The one on digital sovereignty that we have developed over the past 5 years, it's really about understanding to what extent these countries have managed to understand, develop and regulate digital technologies, which is how we define it, digital sovereignty. Understanding, developing, regulating digital technologies in order to exercise control, power, self-determination over the technology. And this is actually, it makes it easy to connect it to data sovereignty, meaning being able to understand how data-intensive technology function, develop them, ideally domestically, and regulate them effectively, right? Actually, if you take our Brazilian data protection law, one of the key principles is informational self-determination. So the fact that every individual must be able to control data, to know how data is used and by whom. And you can, what we stress in our research on data sovereignty is that you can think about it also in a collective fashion. So not only the individual being able to understand how data is used and control it, but also the nation itself being able to understand who is hoovering up data, how data are utilized, and with whom are shared, right? So this is also something that we have stressed and analyzed deeply in our research, and also then coming back to my first point, the essential nature of data protection laws, which is something that all BRICS members have adopted over the past 10 years, especially over the past 5. And more than 150 countries in the world have adopted, including most of Global South countries have already adopted data protection law. But then why, you might wonder, people are not developing an enormous quantity of data-driven innovation if there is all such legislation? Well, because the data protection law is essential, is necessary but not sufficient. So if you don't also articulate it with investments and with multi-stakeholder cooperation, and here I'm speaking about multi-stakeholder governance, not to pay lip service to multi-stakeholder thinking or philosophy, if you want, but to really thinking about the government working with the private sector, working with academics, working with civil society actors to identify how data could be used, by whom, to direct investment and funding, because this innovative research that can be elaborated by researchers then translates into products and services, and to keep it so regulated that those who maintain the control on the data are the individual users, but also those who reap the benefit of it is the local community, and not necessarily, let's say, a handful of global corporations that are in this moment hoovering all data from Global South and, let's say, giving back not a lot, at least in fiscal terms. And so, yeah, that's my initial provocations on this issue, stressing that all the elements I've shared are freely available online. And yeah, I think that we have to be, if I can give also a provocation and a suggestion, we have to be a little bit more critical on how we translate the nice policies and regulation we spend a lot of time to developing into concrete action. And I think that for this, both investments and multi-stakeholder governance are critical.
Thanks so much, Luca, for your presentation. We'll next move over to Chelsea, and she's also going to talk about some of the biggest challenges that countries face when trying to get started with data governance in the public sector. So I'll move over to Chelsea.
Thank you, Judith. Hello and good afternoon. My name is Chelsea Horn, and I am a senior lecturer at American University in Washington, D.C. So thank you for having me, and thank you in particular to Judith and to Nancy, our organizers. It's an honor to be a part of this really important discussion. My research focuses on data protection and in particular in privacy and security concerns. But today my remarks will be more at a high level. So I want to give more of an overview of some of the major concerns that we should be thinking about when we talk about data governance. When we talk about data governance, it might sound like something that's massive and has a lot of complexities. It's because it does. But fundamentally, at its core, it's something very simple. It's just thinking about how we collectively manage and how we use people's information. And it's hopefully with the aim of improving the lives and bettering our communities. So that's the ideal version of data governance. So thinking about a quick overview, or what are some of the major questions when we think about data governance, is to think about 5 things. First, who is responsible for what data? So thinking about data ownership and stewardship. Do we have data stewards? Who's taking control of it? Is there somebody in charge? Are there multiple departments? But thinking about who is responsible for what data. Secondly, what actions can be taken with specific data? So thinking about controls, settings, usage policies, what can be done with the data that's being collected. Third, when and under what circumstances data can be used. Fourth, how data is collected, stored, processed, and secured. So thinking about, that's a very big one. Say it very quickly, but that's a massive part of data governance, making sure that the collection, storage, processing, and security of these data is very well thought out. And finally, fifthly, having metrics for measuring the data quality and compliance. So making sure that there are checks in place to make sure that the data governance frameworks are being applied correctly, accurately, and ethically. A strong data governance framework in the public sector is designed to optimize the value of data while mitigating the risks, ensuring compliance, and building public trust. Effective data governance is not just a bureaucratic exercise, it's a foundation for delivering essential public services more efficiently. It's about safeguarding privacy, fostering trust in institutions, and making sure that the power of data is harnessed ethically and inclusively for everyone's benefit. So a few key points, and I'm sure we'll expand on this in our conversations. First, a solid data governance plan. A solid plan for data governance is crucial as it ensures information is managed wisely, and it enables governments and the public sector to make better decisions and deliver more effective strategies. Second, to make sure that we're fostering broad collaboration, that we're breaking down data silos within the government, and as well as making sure that we actively engaging the multi-stakeholder model. So thinking about civil society, the private sector, and as an academic, I'm thinking about academia in particular. And third and finally, to think about how we are going to be building trust and ensuring ethical use by establishing these robust data governance frameworks that make sure that they protect privacy, prevent misuse, and that they ensure that data is handled in an ethical and meaningful fashion. So I'll finish my remarks there.
Thanks so much for setting the scene there. And next we will talk about, move over to Nancy Kanasha, who's really talking about a use case in her country, in Papua New Guinea, where data governance it's a pretty new concept and idea, and also where they passed last year a data protection and data privacy policy, and they're working on creating a data governance law and data protection law, which is all very new concepts for people in Papua New Guinea who haven't really had that much experience on privacy issues and data governance.
Thank you, Judith. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nancy Kanasa. I lead the data governance and data protection within the Department of ICT with Papua New Guinea government. It is a privilege to share our journey towards building a all-of-government approach to managing data responsibly and securely. In Papua New Guinea, data governance is still a very new concept for us, for the government. The agenda is also new, but it's one that is rapidly gaining traction recently due to digital transformation reforms. Most government departments prioritize data protection over data governance. And when I say data protection, it is the technical part of data protection. As the department responsible for ICT policy and coordination across government, the Department of ICT plays a central role in shaping how data is managed, shared, and protected. The department is also a very new established department. In 2020, the department started implementing the need for digital transformation reform across all of government. One of these reforms came to be data governance and data protection. All government departments face fragmented, inconsistent, siloed data across government agencies. Just like data is siloed, all government departments is also siloed, including the systems and the people. And that is from real use case. In 2024, our first ever national data governance and data protection policy was approved and came into effect on September. The National Data Governance and Data Protection Policy, this policy is for all of government departments and any actors that come to make business with government departments in regard to data. The policy established clear principles for data handling, including transparency, purpose limitation, and data minimization, which are core tenets of the European GDPR. We're also exploring adoption of the global cross-border privacy rules framework, which we believe will help us align with global best practices and enable secure data exchange across border, which is a critical step towards Papua New Guinea's participation in the global digital economy. Why are we leading this work in data governance? The decision for the Department of ICT to lead this work is driven by real and urgent challenges that we're facing as a third world country. Fragmented data ecosystem, inconsistent practice across agencies, and limited use of data for informed decision making. Without proper data governance, digital transformation effort risks falling short. That's why we're moving now to improve transparency, public trust, and more strategic national planning. Our current implementation is the policy framework. We're looking at a centralized oversight, a national data governance steering committee, which is currently in progress to provide high-level coordination and ensure multi-stakeholder input from government, civil society, and all the actors. Secure interoperability. Our secure data exchange platform was launched in 2024. It is now being piloted across ministries. For instance, citizens can already access police clearance certificate online, and that is the only government service online across all of government that has been piloted and is currently working. The key challenges that we have, like any other countries, we have gaps in digital transformation, legal alignment, and workforce skills. And we also need deeper engagement from communities, academics, and the private sector to fully realize our goals. From the government, working from the government, I can truly say that the government, most of the policies that are drafted within the government from my country, we don't have much input from the civil society that we really need. So when policy is drafted and when it's approved, and we come to realize that the civil society kind of have no say in the policy. So we see that they're kind of left out from what has already been established. So, like I said, like many other developing nations, Papua New Guinea face infrastructure limitation gaps between policy and departmental practice, financial and human resource constraint, and public awareness. We need a lot of public awareness in regard to data and data governance and the need for governance framework, multi-stakeholder collaborations. To conclude, I want to thank my fellow speakers and our moderators. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Nancy. We were supposed to have another speaker, Lillian Awaga, but her plane got delayed and she only just landed, so she is not going to be able to give her part, but it just means that we'll have a lot more time for questions and answers from you. And I just wanted also to make sure that people line up on either side, and also that we have any questions from our online audience. I'll first turn to online. Do we have any questions?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Well, I have some other questions right now until we get some other questions from the audience, but we would love to hear your questions and comments. But first I'll ask Luca, what lessons can be learned from digital transformation and data governance in the BRICS countries that you've mentioned? And if you can elaborate a little bit more on that.
Yeah, I think that one of the main points that could be learned is that adopting data protection law by itself is essential, but really not enough to be able to foster a sustainable digital transformation. The elaboration of the policy making that to be of high quality must be as inclusive as possible. And here I think that something that again one has to mention, to praise multi-stakeholder approach, not only for the sake of multi-stakeholderism, because if it is organized in an effective and efficient way, multi-stakeholder participation really increases a lot the quality level of the output of the process of the regulation that will be adopted. But then it's also very important to use this, to leverage this in the implementation. And it has a cost to implement a policy, of course. And this is why, for instance, if we take the example of data protection, we have seen over the past 10 years at least, sometimes very intense criticism about the law because it increases the costs, but then it increases the cost if you consider compliance with it as a cost and not as an opportunity to have actually new types of businesses, of products and services that can be created to comply with the law. And actually that is very interesting. It is precisely what happens in India, where they are leveraging DPIs to implement the law. And I think that sometimes it's very interesting to study developing countries precisely because as they don't have the same level of institutional maturity and the same type of resources of highly developed country, they have to find some different strategies to be effective, right? And I think that the Indian strategy of everyone knows about the Aadhaar, which is the digital identity, but few people know about the DEPA, the digital data empowerment and protection architecture, which is a software, a consent manager that allows people, data subjects, to manage the consent to personal data. And that is in use since at least 80 years in the financial sector. It is going to be widened up to all type of data now with the entry in force of the Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023. And so that is a very interesting, I think, case study to understand that if you are in a developing world and you know that your citizenry does maybe not have the skills to understand very well the law, you know that it is not easy to implement the law. Copying and pasting from Europe is not necessarily the best option. First, because as any good academic, I would tell you that you should not copy and paste, but you should study. You should study what the others have done and what are the reasons why it may have succeeded or failed. And so I think that the Indian example to leverage the DPIs and the software skills that they have to help implement this is something very interesting. The Chinese example of putting billions to construct new products and services that can already bake the values that their law, the people, the personal information protection law embeds into legislation is also something very interesting. I think that Brazil is very unique in terms of multi-stakeholder governance, but I'm a little bit critical because the Brazilian approach is very good for policy suggestions, to gather stakeholder inputs, to shape, to elaborate the policy, but it's quite limited in stakeholder participation, multi-stakeholder governance for implementation, which is what the Indians are very good at. So I think that there is a lot to be learned from studying developing world, if we can use this term, approaches to data governance, and maybe not only focusing on the most developed countries.
Thanks so much for that very elucidative answer. My next question will be to Chelsea, and question is, how can public sector bodies effectively partner with civil society organizations? I mean, Nancy touched on it a bit, that it's very difficult sometimes to partner with from governments to partner with civil society or academia or private sector. How can they do that and strengthen it, build public trust, which sometimes is not very strong with government and others? And so I'll let you answer that question.
Thank you, Judith. You touched upon it in your question itself, but one of the reasons why having a multi-stakeholder approach and talking and working for the government to talk and work with civil society, academia, NGOs, and other types of outside of government agencies is exactly to build that public trust. Sometimes there can be suspicions of why government is collecting data, even if the government is putting forward information saying that this is how we're using your data, why we're using it, what we need it for, and how we're going to protect it. There still might be some type of suspicion or worry about governments owning and using that type of, using and collecting that type of data. So what the civil society and the other members of the multi-stakeholder group can offer is, in theory and hopefully in practice, an impartial view and opportunity to research and transparently provide information about how and what the government is doing with that data. So those partnerships are absolutely crucial in making sure that we're ensuring transparency, but not just to say that we are doing transparency, but making sure that it is credible, rigorous, and informative for the general public. So the trust element and how the multi-stakeholder approach can offer that trust in an empirical manner is really, really critical, and why those partnerships are very important.
Thanks so much. We do have an online question, and I'll give it to Sarai to represent who the online question is from.
Yeah. Thank you, Judith. Good afternoon. This is a question from Robert Sun from Cambodia. His question, question 1, I think this relates to Luca's comments and presentation. It's, do you have a report on data governance so that I can download? And question 2, are there any metrics for platform or applications to ensure data sovereignty?
Can I reply there? Yeah. So I have quite a few reports and publication on this. I think that pretty much all of them are in open access. There is a nice website called cyberbricks.info where you can literally find dozens of reports, including on data sovereignty. And again, let me also stress, because I'm thoroughly aware that when one uses the S word of sovereignty, a lot of people get a little bit nervous, and rightly so, because there are conception of the digital or data sovereignty notion that flirt very much with authoritarianism and protectionism, but there are also others that are very much based into promoting national development, national competition, and empowering people through technology. And actually, we have a book called Digital Sovereignty in the BRICS that was published in December by Cambridge University Press, and you find it also freely available both on the website on Cambridge University Press and on our website that illustrates some of the examples of how this has happened in the BRICS countries. However, again, here I think that that is my word of caution, and I think that one should really make a difference between the policy and the declarations, and then what happens in practice. That is why I think that leveraging multi-stakeholder governance also in the implementation and not only in the conception of the policy is key here. Because to translate the policies in concrete actions, you need to have this kind of coordination, communication, and ideally cooperation. And it also costs money, obviously. It costs money, so that is why investments are critical. But if you have a well-focused industrial policy, then your investment really triggers a new area of products and services that are developed at the domestic level. And China or India are very good examples of this, to some extent South Africa as well. In Brazil, I think that there are a lot of paradoxes in Brazil. And if I can just add a very interesting example of one of those paradoxes, as I was mentioning, Brazil has more than 3,200 public services, which is a stellar record. Brazil has data protection law since 2018, entered in force in 2020, that mandates data security. Brazil has a data protection authority. Brazil has at least 7 or 8 different sectoral regulation in information security, spanning from banking sector to telecom sector. So you might say, well, Brazil is heaven of data governance, right? Well, it is not, and there ransomware and cyber incidents are booming. Brazil is at the same time climbing the ranking of the most cyber secure countries, because it has adopted a lot of very interesting and very good policies, but also in the top 5 of the most attacked and vulnerable countries. Why? Because it is data governance and data security and cyber security are still perceived as a cost and not as an opportunity to make. So in this moment, there are more than 700,000 cybersecurity professionals that are needed in the country. So it would be 700,000 jobs that you would have created immediately if you were to invest in capacity building, for instance, right? So I think that if you start considering data governance not as a cost of compliance that everybody hates, but as an opportunity to make money, that I think is the secret ingredients to make a successful digital transformation. Because yes, it will cost money in training and in capacity building and infrastructure development. Yes, of course. But after some years, you will have an enormous return on investment.
Thanks so much. Do we have another online question yet? Okay, so I'll have another question. This is for Nancy. And the question is, how can Pacific Island nations develop resilient and inclusive data governance frameworks that not only look towards building trust within the government and capturing the data, but also uphold indigenous data sovereignty and support sustainable development? So,
thank you, Judith. In the Pacific, I speak for Pacific because PNG is Papua New Guinea is in the Pacific. Okay, we have a lot of our context is quite different. I mean, every country is different, and the data governance initiative is very new for us, and I think we have to look at our context and the issues that are currently within our country and not follow, just like Lucas said, just copy or cut and paste from a developed country and put it in, because it will not work for us. And that was some of the things that we've been doing with the PNG government. We've came up with a policy And we were asked by a lot of the expatriate that we've worked with in regard to why did you put data governance and data protection and not data protection and data governance. So looking back at that, we have use cases and use cases with other government departments, and we've realized that data protection is not gonna solve our problem. Our problem is governance. We lack governance in all the government departments. So I think that also goes with the other Pacific Islands. We have to have data governance framework within, and after that we could have protection, data protection to come in place. Because in PNG, when you talk about data protection, in Papua New Guinea, they think it's to do with the infrastructure. So they put more effort in the infrastructure and not the framework, the governance framework. And this is one of the issues that we faced in my country and the Pacific. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Do we have a question online? Yes, could you go to the mic? Thank you so much, and then introduce yourself too.
Thank you to the panelists. My name is Guy Berger. I'm working with the G20 on this data governance in the public sector. So I've got two questions quickly. For Luca, question of procurement of systems in the public service. As we know, AI agents are going to be using incredible volumes of data in their autonomous and hard to trace ways. And they will also likely feed data back to the vendor. And so the question is, as this technology becomes integrated in the public service, does it make a mockery of effective data governance possibility? My second question goes to Chelsea. Data protection, as you said, is especially important. I think we've seen this in the US with the centralization and abuse of data under DOGE. But I want to ask you about the other side of data governance, because while upholding data security and data protection, there's also governance that promotes data sharing inside the public service and open data for the outside, which of course can help with accountability, local AI development, etc. Shouldn't one give equal attention to that side of data governance, not only to the data protection side? Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. I think that in your question there was already a sort of answer. I would hint to, which is the reason why I'm really keen on stressing that adopting data protection law is essential, but far from being sufficient to be ensured that these values and obligations and rights are de facto correspond to the reality of how data are processed, right? And I think that you raised a very good point, which is the fact that pretty much everyone in the world, out of China and Russia, depends on a cloud infrastructure that is provided by three corporations: AWS, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud. The Chinese have their own, and they are exporting it globally as well. And Russia depends on China, so it's not really sovereign in this. But here's the point: if you spend a lot of time crafting the best possible data protection law, and also lavish efforts into defining a very good institutional framework that can work well, but at the end of the day, the way in which data is processed is defined by the architectures of a specific service, that and the way in which data is hoovered is defined by a few very dominant players. It's really useless. And let me give you a very concrete example that I have been providing for the past 10 years, I think, and very few countries except India have understood this. In most of the global south, people do not have access to meaningful connectivity. They are connected to Meta family of apps, social media. Without entering into what this means for competition and democracy, let's focus on the data. This means that most people in the global south, in Brazil, 78% of the population that does not have meaningful connectivity. There is a very good report by CETIC of last year. These people are primarily connected to social media of one enterprise. So they are giving, even if you have the best possible law, then the way in which their data are hoovered and processed is not defined by the law, is defined by the very same corporation. That and let me give you a very explicit example about this and why there is difference between Brazil and India, for instance. In 2021, right in the middle of the pandemic, Meta announced that all data, metadata of WhatsApp would be merged with, at the time Meta did not exist yet, with Facebook. And in the middle of the pandemic, social distance in the global south, WhatsApp was the only way for communicating. If I had to book a COVID test, my pharmacy network only accepted booking it through WhatsApp, the WhatsApp business account of the pharmacy network. What does it mean? That it was simply not possible for the global south to have actually the meaningful choice that was given in Europe. Do you want to accept this term or refuse them? So pretty much everyone in the global south has accepted in January, between January and May 2021, that all their data are hoovered by WhatsApp and then transferred to Facebook and now Meta. Same thing with Meta AI that has been automatically downloaded in all smartphones of everyone in the world. So what does it mean? That everyone now is contributing data and trading for free Meta AI, and probably as we had reports in 2015 that people in several global south countries, including Brazil, thought that Facebook was the internet. I'm pretty sure, I would bet that in 6 months, maybe not even a year, we will have, if we do the same kind of survey in the global south, people will think that Meta AI is AI, because they have understood very well what Lessig was writing 25 years ago, that you regulate technology not only by the law, but also by the code, by the architecture. And they are doing it very well. And that is what I think most countries in the world, except maybe China and India, have not understood yet. Brazil is doing a lot of effort to try to design its own solution, but the huge problem is that, well, usually governments start to work well after 2 years, 2 years and a half, and then they have 6 months to work, and then they have elections. So it's very difficult to have sustainable change in these conditions.
Thanks so much. Chelsea?
Yes, thank you for the question. I think it's a very important question. Just to remind everyone, it's more or less that we need to have data protection, data governance frameworks that are securing information, but also isn't there something to be said about having more open frameworks too? Certainly, but more data doesn't necessarily mean better results. But I can see many compelling cases, especially when it comes to health and research, that having access to more data and more information can create quicker and more innovative solutions. That's a very compelling reason, and we also see that, we hear that quite often from the platforms, that the reason why they need so much data about us is because they can offer us better services, they can offer more personalized recommendations. There's different stakes involved with when the government has information and they're sharing information, especially between different departments, and how it's collected versus how the private sector has it. So those are a little bit apples and oranges, the comparison. But to think about there's many use cases. I'm trying to imagine something like facial recognition. If we have biometric information about a missing child's face, we could very likely find them within minutes. And that's a wonderful, I mean, I'm promising a lot of things from the technology, but we see that also even in fiction shows where they are trying to imagine these things where the data allows for very positive use cases. My personal take on it is I think that that's wonderful. I think that we see more harms, though, and I have more concerns about the way those protections are being guaranteed and offered to us. So it is a bit of push and pull, but we do need to, I think without having protection, having open shared data is a concern and a worry to have. But so there needs to be some sort of framework that's protecting that, that's protecting citizens. So it's a balancing act. So, but I would say it's easier to say open, and it's harder to put in the frameworks. I think that's why there's such emphasis on data protection. And I would even say, I know that in your remarks, Nancy, you mentioned about data governance, prioritizing that over data protection. But in good data governance frameworks, which you are outlining here, implicitly data protection is a part of that. So not necessarily like the primary driving force, but it's already being built in there from what you described. So it's definitely a component.
Thanks so much. Do we have other questions from the audience? Okay. Well, we go think about some questions, and then we'll get back to you. But I was going to ask Chelsea or Luca, what do you think? What are the practical, low-cost options for public sector to take that they can improve data quality? And also how are we going to break down some data silos? And we, as you all know, in each of the department, many of the public sectors are silo-based, and they don't want to step on inside other departments' toes or do other things. But oftentimes the goal is, how are we going to help the citizens? We want the citizens to be able to do one-stop shopping and not have to. You hear the same refrain from many other places that, oh, I wish that I only had to fill out the form once instead of 5,000 times. But how do we do that and especially share the data between the agencies when most of the countries don't have any data sharing laws? So whoever wants to tackle first.
Well, that is a $1 billion question, and so if one had a very good answer, I think the problem would already be solved. I think that my first suggestion, coming back to my previous comments, would be not to copy and paste what has been done in Estonia or Norway, because it will likely not work in Ecuador or Zimbabwe, because you have to think about local realities first, and that is why I think that it's very interesting to study what emerging developing economies do, not because I think that they are better or worse than others, but because they know very well the limits of the policies in their countries. So the fact that if you have, and I can witness this firsthand. I mean, in Brazil, data protection law was introduced in 2018, and it simply means that before that, pretty much there was no specialist of data protection. So how can you think that the law, by magic, would regulate the sector, the economy, the society, the democracy even, right? Because the digital data-intensive technologies are nowadays essential also for our democratic processes. So if you do not embed data protection in that, meaning being very transparent in for which kind of purposes you use the data and which kind of consequences this might have, that has enormous consequences not only on society and democracy, but not only on society and the economy, but also on the democracy. Now, the fact that you bet on alternative strategies, regulatory strategies to tackle this, it might be more successful. And again, and you have to leverage what you know to do well. And that is the Indian case of the DPI. They have a very large population of highly skilled information engineers and information and data scientists that they have leveraged to do DPIs, to do software, to directly translate the normative command into architecture. That is what China has done. They are an industrial powerhouse, and they have lavished billions literally to produce the technology that they wanted to have. And the result is that after 20 years, users. They are not dependent on any other country, and even if you sanction them, that actually is productive for them because they coordinate the internal market to outcompete you. So that is the kind of thinking that I think global South countries should have. Of course, this does not happen overnight. And actually, when last year we did a study on data protection, data security, and open data in public sector in Brazil, together with the UN University. And actually, we mapped the regulation that already exists in Brazil. And then we wanted to go further. So we did. It was the moment where everyone was speaking about GPTs, and so we did a chatbot that could help local municipalities or public servants to draft their own policies. But then we ended up realizing what everyone ends up realizing when you want to do something that is related to AI, that the code is something that doesn't cost too much to do, but having it running on something costs you a lot. And so if you do not have computing infrastructure that is cheap and available, and you all depend from the same enterprises, then you end up losing what we call digital sovereignty, so being able to understand the technology, develop it, and regulate it.
Thanks so much, Luca. Chelsea, do you have any comments?
Sure. So I believe your first was like, what are some low-cost ways? Comparatively low-cost would be to go back to the question of who's managing what data and how. So to create a structured framework within the government or whichever department or agency will be responsible for the data. So thinking about just a structured format and to formalize that in a standardized way. Similarly, thinking about how whoever's in charge of that can standardize the ways that they're understanding data. So like a term location, it can mean many different things. So thinking about, are you thinking a general location, a specific location, down to a house, large, where are we at? So standardizing what you mean by what data is being collected is a very simple way of starting to think about who and what data, and it will improve the data quality. And along those similar lines, thinking about investing, again, comparatively low cost in training and workshops across whoever will be managing those types of data. There's certain organizations like the ITU has a online course on data governance, and so there are other organizations too. So in having that type of standardized training and workshops across whoever will be managing and however that structure response is a relatively low-cost way of approaching these issues.
Thanks so much. I think the question is from what I especially in a lot of global South countries and developing countries, is that it's not so much it is the silos, but it's also the culture. Many countries, many citizens are loath to change processes, or in government agencies, they don't want to change the process because why? It's been working for us for a long time, and you can't get as many of these work done without that. And so you could have the best systems and you could have the best, policies and data governance and data, but if it's not implemented by the different agencies, how are we going to go forward, and how do we go about changing the culture of the society to get to that change that we need? And maybe I'll go ask Nancy first, and then.
Okay. Firstly, I would say that that question kind of really goes well with what is happening in my country with the government. So we have people are feeling like not content with the changes coming in regard to sharing their personal data, or government departments opening up to another government department to have interoperability with systems. So they feel that what has been worked for them is not going to work if something new is added on. So they use a lot of excuses like for example, Department of Health would say that, oh, my act, or we are mandated, and our act does not allow us to share data. But then this very same data is also required by the Department of Education. And so the changes are not really accepted with each government department because they probably fear the technological change. And with that, I think we need more awareness with the public in regard to educating public for the data and the importance of data. And coming from the government, we are doing that, and we also face challenges in financial side, and also challenges in educating our citizens, because this is some of the new approaches that we're taking. So yeah, that's from my end. Thank you.
Thanks so much. We have like 2 minutes left for our panel, but I just want to get, and maybe Luca might have, since he's worked with a lot of developing countries, might have some ideas on how to get around this cultural change, which seems to be a big problem in a lot of smaller countries.
Oh, I think that's more than a cultural change, which is very difficult to trigger. I think that people, so the reason why we all use social media or several apps that are very common is that they are cheap and easy. So the way I think that the successful ingredients to trigger this cultural change, if you want, is to make this cheap and easy. And that is the reason why, if you analyze the implementation of data protection law, is maybe not as effective as we would like, because it is perceived as extremely difficult, even Byzantine, to implement, to understand, and not cheap but costly, because you have to hire specialists that will do it for you. Now there are already solutions that are even in open source. For I mean, the ITU has been working for years on the GovStack, which is a set of building blocks for digital public infrastructure. There are a lot of examples that can already be adopted. So yeah, I think that if you want to translate policy into actions and cultural change, you need investments and you need training. And so I think that if you use already what we have for training, maybe you will not need so much in terms of investment, but you need a little bit of both if you want to trigger change.
Thanks so much. Does the panel, I'm just going to turn to the panel for any closing thoughts in the last 45 seconds that we have. Luzwa, do you have any closing thoughts? Chelsea, any closing thoughts for you?
No.
Nancy, okay. Otherwise, I wanted to thank the panel so much for the topics and the discussions here. We could talk a long time about this because, you know, he mentioned the GovStack and the ITU, and yes, it may be open source, but then you need to be implementing them with engineers and other things, which other countries don't have. And so it's like a catch-cow. So we could be talking for a long time about this, but I just wanted to thank you very much for everyone for coming and staying to the end. And thanks so much for being our panelist. I hope you enjoyed it.